Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute, Indiana for Saturday finals at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships on HCAC TV. I'm Eric Eaton, and I will be joined on the broadcast a little bit later by Tony Young as we get the final day of coverage underway here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. In just a few moments, we'll be turning things over to the public address announcer, Jeff Willoughby, as he will have our senior introductions and senior ceremonies for all of our participating schools, senior athletes here this afternoon. The teams here participating this year at the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships: the Anderson Ravens, coached by Emma Furnish; Bluffton Beavers, coached by Luke Clement; Franklin College Grizzly Cubs, coached by Andrew Hendricks; Hanover College Panthers, coached by Jay Crawford; the Manchester Spartans, coached by Roger Carnes; the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers, coached by Keith Crawford; and the Transylvania Pioneers, coached by Dave Doolin. So senior athletes from those participating teams will be recognized here in a few moments, as I said, via the public address announcer, Jeff Willoughby. We'll have that for you here on the HCAC TV. Again, we're coming to you from the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute for Saturday finals of the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. Our first event, when we get to swimming, that'll take place at about 5 o'clock, will be event 28, the women's 1650. That will be the 1650 freestyle, the mile, a timed final. The one heat already swum earlier this afternoon, and then the next event will be event 29, the men's 1650 freestyle, also a timed final, the second and fastest heat for both the women and the men. That will kick things off when we get our coverage underway at about 5 o'clock. So we're going to have the senior awards, senior announcement recognition here in a moment, and then we will pause for about an hour and come back about maybe 10 till 5. Tony and I will. We'll give a little recap of the meet so far, as well as the up-to-date men and women team standings as we head into the final day of competition here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships here on HCAC TV. And at this time, we're going to turn things over to Jeff Willoughby, the public address announcer, for our senior recognitions here at this meet.
Also from Anderson, Heather Carr. Heather will be moving to Florida to continue her education in exercise science. Heather Carr. Our final senior from Anderson University is Cameron Stanley. After graduation, Cameron will be working at Hendricks Power as an electrical engineer. And now from Franklin College, our first senior is Cameron Baker. After graduation, Cameron will begin his career in journalism. Our next senior from Franklin College is Luke Becker. After graduation, Luke hasn't decided yet. Our next senior from Franklin College is Jack Berkey. Jack is also undecided. Our next senior from Franklin is Reagan Hendricks. After graduation, Reagan plans to secure a job in public relations. Our next senior from Franklin College is Callie McCaffrey. After graduation, Callie will be a strength and performance swim coach. Our next senior from Franklin College is Kennedy Minter. After graduation, Kennedy will attend medical school at St. George Medical School. Next from Franklin is Samantha Phillips. Samantha plans to continue her education and become a physician assistant. Next from Franklin College is Ashley Summers. Following graduation, Ashley will begin her teaching career in Franklin Township Schools. Next from Franklin College is Grace Williams. Following graduation, Grace will begin her teaching career as an elementary school teacher. Our next senior from Franklin College is Cosmo Wojak. Following graduation, Cosmo plans to work as an autism behavioral analyst in Michigan and eventually go to grad school after a couple of years. And now from Hanover College, Amelia Austin. After graduation, Amelia plans to attend law school to earn her law degree. from Hanover is Dustin Wilson. After graduation, Dusty will be spending the summer season working at Yellowstone National Park. Our senior from Manchester University is Ashley Malloy. Following graduation, Ashley plans to go to grad school for environmental science. From Rose Home Institute of Technology, Ria Garavati. Following graduation, Ria will enter the work industry as an entry-level data scientist/data engineer. Our next senior from Rose Home is Ryan Mallory. Praying that ChatGPT will cause another tech bubble and someone will fire him. Next from Rose Home is Riley Foote. Following graduation, Riley will be working as a mechanical engineer in Indianapolis. Next from Rose Home is Kayla Martinez. After graduation, Kayla plans to enter either the controls or automation engineering industry. Next from Rose Home, Caitlin Mack. Following graduation, Caitlin will be working in a software company. Next from Rose Home is Lauren Meyer. After graduation, Lauren will be working for Process Alliance in Franklin, Indiana. Next from Rose Home is Evan Sellers. Next from Rose Holman is David Euxis. Following graduation, David will be in software engineering at Northrop Grumman. Our first senior from Transylvania University is Derek Craycraft. Derek will travel to Spain after he graduates and then pursue a job in international affairs. Next from Transylvania is Will Darnell. Will plans to take this next year to look into different graduate school programs where he would like to obtain a doctorate in clinical psychology. Next from Transylvania is Morgan Green. Following graduation, Morgan plans to work for a CPA firm while studying for her CPA exam. Next from Transylvania is Olivia Greinke. After graduation, Olivia plans to join a private equity firm in Nashville. Next from Transylvania is Delaney McPherson. After a gap year, Delaney plans to attend medical school. Next from Transylvania is Maggie Redford. After graduation, Maggie will apply to grad school for dietetics. And next from Transylvania is Anna Tapp. Following graduation, Anna will continue on to law school at Campbell School of Law in Raleigh, North Carolina. Also from Transylvania is Logan Thomas. Following graduation, Logan plans to continue to grow his brand, Logan's Lens, while pursuing a career in marketing. Next from Pennsylvania is CJ Wittery. Our final senior from Pennsylvania is Jacob Young. Following graduation, Jacob plans to teach high school science. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the HCAC Swimming Diving Class of 2024.
And so that concludes the 2024 Senior Recognition Ceremony here at the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships for 2024. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the start of our coverage in about 40 minutes, or about, actually, the meet gets started in about 40 minutes. We'll come back in about 30 minutes, myself and Tony Young, with a recap of where we stand going into the final day of finals here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the HCAC would like to recognize a special individual who has been instrumental to the growth and success of the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championship and overall development of the swimming and diving within the HCAC and at Franklin College. Franklin head coach Andrew Hendricks has announced that he will take on additional roles across campus, and this is his final year leading the swimming and diving program at Franklin. On behalf of all the coaches and the members of the HCAC, Commissioner Jay Jones would like to present Andy with a token of our gratitude for his help in originating and growing the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championship.
welcome to the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute, Indiana for Saturday finals at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships on HCAC TV. I'm Eric Eaton, and I'm pleased to be joined by Tony Young on the final day of competition for this year's championships. Tony, today both the HCAC men's and women's swimming and diving team champions for 2024 will be decided in addition to individual champions in the final 13 events of this four-day meet.
Well, we've missed the first three. We've been watching from virtually and following the meet so far. We've seen 12 meet records fall. In a conference meet, 12 meet records all the way up till today. That's pretty amazing itself. And then we've had 5 NCAA B cuts. And we will announce the national cuts and the B cuts throughout the competition today, because some of our athletes tonight are working to try to get into the NCAA championships in Greensboro.
Yeah, that's coming up in March. In addition, Tony, we've also had 10 HCAC Open records as well. That's the fastest time swum in HCAC competition. Those have been broken 10 times this weekend as well, in addition to 2 pool records. So this pool here is proven to be very fast this weekend.
You're right. You know, this conference, it's so much fun. We've only been here a short amount of time, but you know, this conference kind of embodies the student athlete and the student athlete experience, because as we've had the opportunity to sit here and watch the senior recognition program, and there's nothing better that we can do in our sport than recognize our leadership. And they are the sustainability in every one of these programs, and coaches and parents that have stuck with the programs, are loyal to the programs, help build the programs. What an amazing just a time for them to be out there with their parents and share in that experience. Now on the other side, we got some fast kids. We're going to be calling some races tonight where athletes, as we mentioned, will be going for those NCAA A and B cuts, or fast enough times to get filled into the field for NCAA championships. Now, if we don't, you have to have a B cut if you don't make the A cut. A cut is so super fast. Very few people in the country make that cut. So you have to have a B cut to even be considered. And then there are kind of filling the field for the men's competition. About, I think it's there's total of 227 athletes get into the men's meet. 277 women get into the women's competition at NC2As. Keep in mind, it's a co-ed meet. Both of them run at the same time. We've watched it down at the IU Natatorium. This year it's in Greensboro, the biggest facility that we have in the country. But those athletes have to swim a fast enough time, not just get the cut, fast enough time to beat out other kids in the country to make it into that meet.
Yeah, this is the 2023-24 NCAA Division III men's and women's swimming and diving championships going to take place March 20th and 23rd in Greensboro. That's the 2024 NCAA Division III men's and women's swimming and diving championships. And Tony, we're nearing the end. This is obviously this HCAC meet here is at the end of the season for most of these athletes. Today will probably be the final time they're going to swim this year collegiately for the season, and for those seniors that were recognized beforehand tonight, many of them, this might be their final day of swimming collegiately, period.
And absolutely. And one of the young ladies who's swimming tonight is Elena Simmons, and she has been an Indiana swimming athlete representative to United States Swimming the last few years, representing all of the amateur swimming in Indiana. Now she's currently on the USA Swimming DDI committee, so she's involved at the highest level of the sport. She's in the constellations of the 200 backstroke, and she mentioned just how sentimental she was about it being her last meet. And you can probably see that across the board. But I'll tell you, parents and coaches feel the same way.
So we're going to get the meet underway here, the final day of competition here shortly. We're going to start with event 28. That'll be the women's 1650. The mile in the freestyle. That'll come up with our first event we follow. Let's just set the event order for you real quickly here. The event schedule here on this final day of competition on Saturday. You're going to start with the 1650 for the women, followed by the men's 1650. That's event 29. Then we'll go to event 30, the women's 200-yard backstroke. By the way, the 1650s are actually what we call, they are
time finals.
Thank you, Tony. Time finals. So there was actually a heat that was swum earlier in prelims, and so those swimmers can factor in for overall standings as well. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with the start of the meet here shortly, right after this. And we're back at the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute for HCAC TV coverage of the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships, the final day of coverage and the final session of finals coming up here shortly. We'll start with event 28, the women's 1650, in just a moment. Let's take a look at the team scores coming into the final day of finals here. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology leading the competition, 612.5 points, followed by Franklin College, 474.5 points. In third place, Transylvania University from Lexington, Kentucky, 345 points there in third. In fourth place, Anderson University, 241 points. Fifth place, Manchester University, North Manchester in Indiana, where they're located, 194 points. And we have Hanover College, 78 points. And in seventh place on the men's side, Bluffton University with 1 point. Women's team standings here coming into the final day. Franklin College on top, 616 points. Transylvania in second, 442 points. And third is Rose-Hulman, 342 points. Fourth place, Anderson, 208 points as it stands right now. Fifth place, Manchester, 155 points. And sixth place is Hanover College, 102 points. And Bluffton University has 88 points as we come into this final day of competition. And Rose-Hulman on the men's side is a defending champion. It's kind of a home meet for them. Rose-Hulman is in Terre Haute. And then on the women's side, Tony Franklin is the defending champion with 817 points is what they scored last year. And interesting enough, I believe Franklin College coach is retiring at the end of this season.
He is, and just an amazing, he was given a special award of thank you and gratitude for all of the time and effort he put in to help building the conference. He's not going away. He's still there at Franklin College. He's got a young mentor, coach coming up behind him that I think is going to carry on the tradition that Andy built.
Yeah, his name is Andrew Hendricks. Our first event here is going to be event 28, the women's 1650 freestyle. As we said, it is a time final. There was a prior heat swum earlier, and we'll tell you that the time to beat here in a moment. Let's set the lane assignments here for the fastest heat of the time finals. In lane 2, it'll be Kayla Martinez, a senior from Rose-Hulman. In lane 3, Delaney McPherson, a senior from Transylvania. In lane 4, it'll be Mia Saunders, a freshman from Franklin. Lane 5, Catherine Bath, freshman from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Erin Perkins, a junior from Franklin. Lane 7, Kate Stauffer, a junior from Rose-Hulman. And in lane 8, Alex Oden, a junior from Manchester, rounding out the fastest seeded heat meet record set in 2018 by Amy McCormick. The time is 17:20:34. HCAC Open record set in 2019 by Brianna Sentil, 17:06:79. So, Tony, this is a 66th length of the pool race here. We call it, it is the mile. Talk a little bit about the strategy of this meet. Obviously, the young ladies are going to settle into a race pace here early and then try to turn it on late.
We watched so many of these over the years. You and I have called many of these races. I think the important thing to remember in these races is watching the races within the races, because what that does sometimes is kind of dictates not only the athletes in the pool, but who is swimming faster as they transition from 500 to 1,000 to 1,500 to 1650. The coach's goals: build the first 500 a little faster on the second, in closing speed on the last 650, particularly in the last 150. Catherine Bath, in particular, comes in at the top seed at 18:09:81, looking to potentially break that 18-minute barrier. Catherine splits at 32:16 on her 50.
She's in lane 5. By the way, just so if you're watching at home, lane 1 is going to be at the bottom of your screen. That's actually a 10-lane pool, so lane 1 is at the bottom of your screen. Lane 10 will be at the top of your screen. And the way it's going to shape up here in consolation finals and championship finals, when we get to that, Tony, is they'll have 7 athletes in each of the consolation and championship finals, so we'll use 7 lanes. As we're watching the early stages here of the women in the 1650. Time to beat, by the way, from the earlier heat, which was swum during the prelim session this morning. And this is a time final, so it's Brianna Brunk, the junior from Rose-Hulman, swam a 20:16 time, so that is the time to beat, and that time can factor into overall placement and point scoring positions if it's fast enough.
So as you watch the athletes here, you can see them on the screen. Look at the distance per stroke. Look at the efficiency. the easy speed on the way out. Watch the best practices. Push off all the way out past the flags. That is great race strategy to use your turns to be able to build into your race, not just swim between the flags. Technical skills, particularly in collegiate racing, and we'll see this as we go through tonight, how these specific skills transfer to short course racing and how these athletes can take advantage of them.
So we're coming up on the completion of the first 300 yards here in a moment. And in lane 5, it is Bath with the lead, just a freshman from Rose-Hulman.
32.59, Catherine is still the fastest swimmer in the pool with that split of 32.59. Keep an eye on Stauffer from Rose-Hulman. Kate Stauffer down a little, she's from Concord Swim Club up north.
She's in lane 7 in second place, and it looks like in third place, just right below Stauffer is Aaron Perkins from Franklin. Still early stages of this 66-lap race, the 1650.
And we may see some races starting to develop as the first 400 is going to be completed here after the next 50. We'll keep an eye on the 500 splits, see where they're at on the first 500, compare it to the second. What we're doing on the scoreboard is we're watching the splits, 32.31, 32.94 for Stauffer, is we will watch individually each 50 and the back half of the race through the scoreboard. Sometimes you watch the swims and it looks same thing over and over and over again. They're doing some amazing things with their pacing. They're almost spot on, tenths of seconds difference between every time they go from flip turn to flip turn. Catherine's 32.56, and she's still holding very, very steady and probably taking the least amount of strokes in the pool right now. Watch again, watch the push off here. You're watching the far end turn, out past the flags, smooth breakout. She's not wasting any energy at all on her turns or breakouts. Good distance per stroke, still head position. And watch her as she goes into this wall. Head straight down, hips over the top, power off the wall for a distance swimmer. She's not swimming 1650. She's cutting her race down just by the distance off her walls. So she's a smart swimmer.
Catherine Bath, a freshman from Rose-Hulman, from Kokomo, Indiana. I went to high school in Northwestern there. When she comes back to the starting block end, she'll have her first 500 yards complete here of the 1650.
Yeah, we talk a little bit about, where these athletes are from, and when you're listening to the senior recognition, we learn more about them. We have a lot of athletes, obviously, from Indiana, Illinois, around the Midwest, but we have athletes from Hawaii. We have athletes from Milan, Italy in this meet. Yeah. So if you're listening from Italy, we're giving you a shout out. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast tonight.
So Catherine Bath out in front here of event 28, first event here this evening, 1650. In second place right now, Kate Stauffer in lane 7 from Rose-Hulman. That's your top two. In third place is Aaron Perkins, the junior from Franklin, in lane 6. And again, the time to beat from the earlier swim in the morning prelim is 20 minutes, 0.16.
So we don't get an actual split. We're getting the splits, but not the cumulative time off the scoreboard. 32.2 for Bath. So again, after the first 500, now the goal here is to slowly build into that second 500. Don't jump on it because you still have a long ways to go. Save those legs. And as relaxed as she is in the pool right now, we'll see where the nearest competition is coming from. And that looks like, is that lane?
That's lane 7. That's
7.
Stauffer.
Stauffer, her teammate, right?
Yep. She's in second place. And in third place in lane 6 is Aaron Perkins from Franklin. Just past 600 yards here. Again, lane 1 is a 10-lane pool at the bottom screen, lane 10 at the top.
We'll take a look at the athletes sometimes when, the athletes that have a race, we talked about that very, very beginning of this call, is having a race means that you can focus when you get tired, when those legs get tired, you've got somebody to push you through that pain barrier, get into a zone. Not, those athletes, when they're in a zone, they don't feel anything. But Catherine out there swimming by herself. And one thing about swimming by yourself, sometimes you think. You think about the things except for just relaxing and swimming your race. She seems like she's got a great race strategy, great racing skills. Doesn't think she's not thinking her way through her swim. That's just skills that she's taken into a race strategy and taking it into the meet and just putting together a top-level performance. Her split here, 32-39 Fastest split in the pool. I think Stauffer's next. 32.90, again under 33 seconds.
And Perkins 33.15 and third in lane 6 on her last.
So some pretty solid swim. So the A cut for the mile for women, 16:32.84. The B cut, 17:21.20. And last year it took about a 17:18.75 to get invited into the meet. Now as a freshman, let's say that this swim is her lifetime best. She knows that she's already cut the distance between that B cut and her best time in half. So now she feels, man, give me another year and I'm all over that time. So sometimes coming in as freshmen, our goal is to cut the distance between our goals and what they are in half, get closer and closer as we swim through our careers.
Catherine on her way back to the starting block end again, and this will be completion of 800 yards. The freshman from Rose Holman leading event 28 here, our first swim of the evening here, the women's 16:50 freestyle.
Now you mentioned the meet record by Amy McCormick is 17:20.34. Well, if she goes that fast, she's at the B cut.
Yeah.
So, and again, these sometimes you need somebody out there pushing you through the back half of these races. 32.5 for Bath, 33.1 for Perkins, 32.9 for Stauffer. So some pretty solid pacing going on by our top three.
Bath halfway through the race now, 33 laps complete. Now it'll be 34 here on the turn.
And you can see on the scoreboard which lane your favorite swimmers are in. You can see the running time up at the top right-hand corner of your screen. So we're getting some good camera shots here. Let's talk a little bit about the lap counters there. They are a key component to this. And I know this is something you always bring up in our broadcast. Why is it important we have lap counters? Well, swimmers are superstitious, right? They want to have their friends down on the other end, somebody they trust to be able to be counting not just the laps, but the coaches sometimes communicate with the lap counters on the block to shake it up and down to get them to pick it up. Maybe sometimes move the lap counter over to the side to get them away from somebody who's trying to draft off them. And they do. A little NASCAR strategy going on every once in a while, right?
Talk a little about the focus, Tony, it takes for these athletes to swim this race. Right now, we really don't have any battles in the pool, so they have to obviously stay focused on their own race strategy at this point.
And sometimes it's, you look at Catherine, sometimes it's about going to chase somebody. You'll see a coach on the side pointing to somebody, and it's like, okay, this person is within racing distance. Go try to chase somebody down. Create your own race. Just give them something to focus on besides just how they feel. And then they'll work to chase somebody, and then they'll try to pick up another race in the pool itself.
And we might get an example of this right here as you see Catherine now closing in a little bit on the athlete there, and I think that's lane 3 here, so that's exactly kind of what you're talking about.
Right, and that actually makes the swimmer who knows the competition is coming up, they pick up their pace too. So this kind of works for your competition and works for you as well.
So Catherine swimming in lane 5, so that's in lane 4 right, or maybe lane 4 right below her there.
Is that Mia?
Yeah, Mia.
Mia's having a good swim. If you look at her, the efficiency of her stroke right now, look how the distance off her wall. She's got good long strokes, and you can see both of them just adding in a little bit of legs just because they're up next to each other, just because they have a race. It's working for both of them. Your competition pushes you to some great levels sometimes. Bath at 32.6, still holding right there at 32s. And then Stauffer coming in. 32.59, great split for Stauffer there. Perkins, 33.46.
So again, that's Bath going around Mia Saunders, the freshman from Franklin there, not for position, but both athletes obviously still swimming hard and trying to achieve their best time that they can get here in this 16:50.
So let's talk about when we see athletes entered at a time on the heat sheet is paper. Sometimes it's hard explaining to a swimmer that it's just on paper. Doesn't matter where you're seated. Your time's going to be your time. So Catherine's time coming in 18:09.81. That's what she's trying to be, but a milestone for her would be breaking 18 minutes and getting under that 17-minute range, 32.63. So we look at it. If you're looking at your your favorite swimmers. Watch how close they can split, each with 32.8 for Stauffer. So watch how close every 50 is within tenths of each other. And watch them as their turns, their distance off their walls. So don't always watch the clock. Clock is a good indicator that, yeah, we're hitting the same paces over and over and over again. Heart rate stays nice and even when they're doing that. They're not pushing the envelope just yet. And Catherine gets to the last 150, and along with all the other swimmers, they're going to start really kicking it into gear.
Catherine Bath leading here out in lane 5 from Rose Holman, flipping and completing lap 49 of the 66-lap race here in the 1650. Event 28, our first event here of finals this evening, women's 1650. It'll be followed by event 29, the men's 1650, the second heat and fastest seeded heat of time finals. Splitting at 32.30 is Catherine on her last 50 as she completes 50 laps now.
32.3, one of her fastest splits so far, and she's into the last third of her 1650.
Stauffer splitting at 32.90 on her last 50. She's in second place out in lane 7. Still in third in lane 6 is Erin Perkins, splitting at 34.13 on her last 50.
So some great competition. You know, some schools know that they have athletes, the diverse athletes in their program that can swim anything from the 50 to the 1650. You know, if you've got athletes and you can put athletes in the conference meet in this event, you're going to score a lot of points for your team.
Individuals, I believe, Tony allowed to swim a maximum of 3 individual events here at the meet this weekend, I believe.
Plus relays, right?
Yeah, plus a total of 7 altogether, but 3 individuals.
Yep.
And this is an individual event, and so 18 points awarded for an individual event win here this weekend, 36 points for a relay. They're double.
Keep an eye, if you can see the far end turn here, keep an eye on your lap counters numbers. As Eric mentioned, it's 66 lengths. So after the turn here, they'll be coming up on 56. See the 55 there on the odd end. And you're right, this pool is fast, but I'll tell you why it's fast. Number one, they've got open lanes on both sides of the athletes, so nobody's causing any wash for them. And it's very well lit. So you can even see it on your broadcast here, how well it is lit. So the athletes it can really eyeball their turns well because it's lit at all ends. It's over the top of the bowl of the competition. So when they go into this turn, they got a pretty good eyeball of what it's going to look like when they start the turn, or where they're going to start the turn. Not always using the lines on the bottom of the pool.
Catherine Bath, as she makes her way back to the starting block end, is going to have 200 yards left to go here in the 1650.
Trying to break 18 minutes is Catherine Bath. 18-0 on that split for Catherine. Is that Kate Stauffer? Yep, Kate. 32.5 on her split, one of her fastest splits. Sometimes the race gets spread out, and when we're calling a broadcast, you got so many races going on, it's hard for us to pick up everybody within the race. But keep an eye on your scoreboard. Watch your technical swims of your favorite swimmers in the pool.
Rose Holman athletes 1-2 right now here in the 1650 as we come down towards the finish of the race. So they're trying to go 1-2. It is a time final, though. They have to beat the time that was posted earlier.
Well, you can see right now Catherine's starting to pick up the tempo. You can see the legs starting to add in. They save those legs. Sometimes they're using a 2 to 3 beat kick throughout most of the race until they need their legs for closing speed at the end.
100 yards now to go for Catherine. 4 lengths of the pool.
We got a good race going on at the bottom of our screen. You said lane 1 is at the bottom of our screen. Is that lanes 3 and 4?
Lanes 3 and 4, you have McPherson in lane 3 and Saunders in lane 4.
That's down at the bottom. That's lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yep, lanes 3 and 4. So yes, McPherson in 3 from Transylvania and Saunders in 4 from Franklin.
There's the bell lap.
Catherine Bath, 2 lengths of the pool to go. Looks like
she's going to be under 18 minutes, way under 18 minutes.
If she's en route to be in the HCAC champion here in the women's 1650 here. As that time to beat was just over 20 minutes.
Let's see what she splits on this last 50. She's driving home. You hear the bell laps for all the swimmers in the pool. Here's the touch. Wow, great swim.
17:47.56 for Catherine Bath to take the championship here in event 28, the women's 1650, to begin the evening of competition here.
Kate Stauffer second, under 18 minutes as well. Great swim there for Kate.
Also from Rose Holman, 17:56.17 for Stauffer to get second. That'll be second overall. And then it looks like coming in here in third will be in lane 6, Erin Perkins, the junior from Franklin, swims an 18:18.57, which will be good enough for third overall.
And her time coming in was 18:46, dropped down to an 18:18. So watch your favorite swimmer here. See what kind of time drops they get. What did you mention the fastest time was? 20 point?
Yeah, 20 point, almost 20 flat in the learning session, 20.16, I believe.
All right, well, let's see if that comes into play. We still got two swimmers competing.
Couple laps left to go here.
This is always kind of fun because your teammates get up and cheer for you through
exactly.
the whole race. You know, the other races that they get up to, but they're short, this is one where you really need your teammates.
Yeah, and you can see them down there at the far end of the pool really urging on out there. I believe that's in lane 8, Odin.
It's always not always allowed to do that, but when they are, their teammates know they're there. They can feel them and they can hear them. All right, so bell lap for who was the swimmer from prelims?
20 point.
Who was it?
1-6 by Brianna Brunk from Rose Holman. Also
I don't know. These guys are really pushing it home here. They got 15 seconds to get it home. Going to be close. She may sneak in. Look at the tempo going on at the bottom of your screen right there in lane number 2. That's McPherson.
Looks like she'll just get under that 20-minute barrier. 19:55.47 from Martinez.
That was Martinez, sorry.
And
0042, what was it?
For Odin, and so a 20.0016 from Brunk in the morning is going to get her 8th spot.
What team is she from?
Rose Holman.
Nice job there. When you're swimming against somebody from the morning, you have no idea. That was just an exceptional swim for all of these young ladies. That was fun to watch.
So again, Catherine Bath is your champion in the women's 1650. Next up will be event 29, the men's 1650 freestyle, another 66 length race. We're getting some new lap counters assembled here at the far end of the pool, and then we'll get this event 29 underway, the men's 1650. Meet record, by the way, for the men was established last year by Ellen Evans Sellers at a time of 16:03.72. Matt King holds the HCAC Open record set in 2015 in a time of 16 minutes, .81. And then we'll be followed by events 30 and 31. We'll move to backstroke, the women's 200-yard backstroke, followed by the men's 200-yard backstroke here at the 2024 HCA Swimming and Diving Championships here on HCAC TV. I'm Eric Eaton along with Tony Young. 13 events, 12 of them individual here on this final day of competition.
Make some noise for the finalists of the men's 1650-yard freestyle.
Looks like they're about ready to bring the finalists in for the men's 1650 here.
While they do the parade of athletes here, let's recognize some of the key people that make this event happen.
Let's thank our officials, Jerry Lynn Bayless on starts and turns. Also on starts and turns, Joelle Loritzen. Diving referee and starts and turns as well is Bruce Treadway. Starter is Barbara Chambers, and referee is Marianne Wallen. So thanks to the officials doing a great job here for us this weekend here in Terre Haute, at the Vigo County Aquatic Center.
You're watching it. If you can see it on your screen right now, you're watching the parade of athletes. This is kind of always a fun thing. You know, this is your teammates lined up on both sides of you. You walk the full length of the pool, and it's just a way. This is what makes it fun.
Yeah, exactly.
You can hear the noise. You can hear the excitement, team camaraderie. This is what makes this meet fun, or any of these conference meets that you're going to see around not only the state of Indiana. Right now the boys sectional meets just completed. Same thing. It is this kind of excitement that makes swimming fun.
Oftentimes the top seed has an opportunity, obviously, to give the walkout music to the PA announcer as well, too, sometimes in these situations.
I heard, and it has to be the right walkout music. I heard the announcer going, you have to choose a better song than that. We have standards of what they're going to play on the walkout music.
All right, so event 29 here, the men's 1650. The second heat of time finals, the fastest seeded heat. In lane 2 will be Nicholas Coy, a sophomore from Franklin. Lane 3 will be Heath Thomas, a junior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Aiden Rock, a junior from Transylvania. Lane 5 is the meet record holder. It's Evan Sellers, a senior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Reed Haney, a sophomore from Anderson University. Lane 7, Adam Tishy, sophomore from Transylvania. And in lane 8 will be Thomas Bjoren, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Again, that meet record is 16:03.72 set by Sellers last year.
Sellers, returning senior. He is a young man. I know he's from Fishers area, Hamilton Southeastern Swim Club, so watched him swim over the years. Let's see if he could take a shot at that meet record one more time. The national cut is 15:14.69. The B cut 15:50.88.
And we're underway. The time to beat, by the way, from the previous heat swum in prelims earlier today is, this is a time final, was Tyler Wood, a sophomore from Franklin College. He swam a 17:38.75, so we'll keep an eye on that time.
Well, we've had, as we mentioned earlier, we had 12 meet records set so far. Could this be number 13? Knowing that he's the one that set the record last year, could he break his own record?
So we'll see. These young men going to settle into a race pace now here early on in the stages of the 66-lap race.
You know, what we don't, obviously, when we watch everything in swimming, we watch on top of the water. What's happening underwater is really what's driving these young athletes, the efficiency underwater, and we take it so much for granted. It is the breathing sometimes. When these young men are going out in this 1650, when I say out, it means beginning the race in the first quarter of the race. They're relaxed breathing, and the pacing is relaxed breathing. It's settling in to a groove, almost a zone. Now let's watch, in particular, Evan and all these young men in the men's 1650 top seeded final.
And this is the first event of the session, so you kind of, sometimes, Tony, do you have to kind of calm your body and nerves down a little bit knowing it's just the first race of the session?
Oh, yes, and, you know, they're nervous energy. Now, the nice thing about it is they're already 3 days gone in the meet.
Right.
They've kind of worked out some of that, but to your point, though, expectations brings the nervous energy, and they've got to control that nervous energy on the front half of this race. And, you know, nervous energy sometimes is good, to your point, but you know that gets you excited, but then you got to go into your race plan, and that is more important than being excited, you know, for your teammates on the side. You have to be yourself in that pool. Evan is a 29.40 on that split. He's holding under 30 seconds. Let's watch how he challenges himself throughout this race.
Evans in lane 5, the early leader. Looks like the battle for second, though, here early stages is actually lanes 4 and 6. You have Aiden Rock from Transylvania in 4 and Reed Haney in lane 6 from Anderson. That's really the best battle here early stages, just about 250 yards in. Again, lane 1 will be at the bottom of your screen, lane 10 at the top, 10-lane pool here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center.
So this particular heat is really well represented by the teams in the conference. So we've got a lot of top swimmers in this event. You know, this night is, after some of the things we were talking about earlier, it is a prelims and final event for the remainder of our swimming events as we go. Now, these swimmers in this particular heat probably are going to either swim something else or be on relays later. They should have enough time to recover, but you know, this is one of the more challenging events. In particular, if you're going for a record or pushing it, it's, the athletes always, you ask the athlete, was it hard? How did you feel? And they respond back, is it hard? Well, did you push yourself? Well, yeah, you had the choice either not to go hard or go hard and set a record. And these young people are so self-driven. You'll see what happens out here with the final results tonight.
Still his best battle in the pool for second place here early in lanes 4 and 6. You have Rock in 4 and Haney in 6 behind Sellers here. Sellers flipping after his 15th lap far into the pool.
All right, is that Tishy down there from Transylvania in 7? Is that how you pronounce his name,
yes,
Tishy?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, well, he's got a 30.6, so keep an eye on him because that split right there is just as fast as the swimmers that are second and third in this heat. So watch how they build and increase their paces throughout the meet. 29.6 for Sellers, still under the 30-second mark.
30-32 for Rock in second, and then Haney in third, 31.55. But Bjorn actually in eighth was a little bit quicker than him, and Tishy was a lot quicker.
Well, if you're asking whether or not Evan is on pace to break the 16:03, he's on pace to break 16 minutes. So by holding under 29 seconds here on the first 500, which is coming up on this next turn at the start end, will be his first 500. He is on pace to be under 16 minutes.
If he does that, he's going to break not only the meet record, but he's going to break the HCAC Open record as well, set in 2015.
Hey, might as well go for it all, right?
Exactly. We've seen a lot of those HCAC Open records broken here this weekend as well.
All right, here's the first 500 for your leader. It's about a 4:48. Just eyeballing it. For Evan, he's still under 30 seconds. Why is that important? I mean, you look at these athletes over and over and over again, and they're within tenths of seconds, as we talked about in the women's heat, and this is called pacing. But how do they do that? It's not just swimming in between the flags. There's 2 turns. So every split is turn to turn, not hand touch to hand touch. So the turns are a huge part of pacing in the 1650. 29.9 for Sellers.
We've almost got 2 battles in the pool here behind Sellers. You have the one for third. That is Rock and I believe it's Haney. Then you have in lanes 7 and 8 battling for 5th. Good battle there between Tishy and Bjorn.
Yeah, and having a race in a race is a blessing. You know, you want somebody next to you. Your best adversaries sometimes are your best supporters because their effort pushes your effort. 29.9 for Sellers.
Just got under 30 seconds.
All right, so we're in the middle part of the race. This is one where the concentration level, sometimes the athletes will look over at their coaches. You know, it's just kind of, coaches know that they want them to hold their concentration, be relaxed, but sometimes they look over at the coaches, they'll put both arms up in the air, you're on pace, or they'll start waving them on to go a little bit faster, a little bit faster. So this middle part is one of the toughest ones just because you got to maintain your concentration. And when you try to pick up your race sometimes, it doesn't, increasing your arm tempo, doesn't always make you go faster. You got to hold the water. You got to keep your efficiency. It doesn't always make you go faster. So you got to stay in your groove, stay in your zone sometimes.
Evan Sellers, the meet record holder and the defending champion in the 1650. Swam 16:03.72 last year. The senior from Fishers, Indiana, swimming for Rose Holman.
Yeah, he's out there by himself. Now watch the turn here, straight over the top with the hips. See how that nice tuck and push out past the flags? Don't sell that short. You know, if a national level athlete has been stuck on a time year after year after year, the first place the coaches look is in that red zone. Flags to wall, boom, watch the push off. He's not using a lot of dolphin kicks. He's saving the legs for the end of the race. But his tempo has to be a little bit faster if he's going to break this record. And he's holding pretty much in a groove right now.
31 lengths complete now for Sellers in lane 5. And those other battles continue on as well between Rock and Haney and Tishy and Bjorn.
16 strokes per length for Evan. As long as he stays on the low 30 mark, he's taking the race out fast enough. As long as he keeps his splits low 30 mark, he's got a shot.
Evan halfway through the race now, 33 lengths complete.
So you're watching the fastest seeded heat. Now, is that our second place and third place swimmers in your screen that you just saw going the other way?
Rock in 4 and Haney in 6.
Well, let's keep an eye on their splits as they come back down to the turn end, and let's see where they split individually. Remember, we're watching split times just to see who the fastest swimmers in the pool are at any given time during the race. 31.0 and 30.8 for Haney. He picked it up a little bit.
Haney from Anderson a little bit quicker than Rock in that battle for second here in this heat. Again, it's a time final, so the athletes who swam in the previous heat can factor into the results and scoring positions. Not much movement from the lap counter. 37 laps complete now for Evan Sellers. So sometimes, as we talked about in the women's race, the coach will use that lap counter to communicate with the swimmer, and they'll tell him to move it up and down, but there wasn't much movement there that time, so it tells you that Sellers might be on his pace right now.
Haney's splitting right at the 30-second splits up and down the pool. Sellers 30.2. Now Sellers is through the tough part. He's through that second 500. Now he's on his third 500 and then closing speed. Now I was 30.00. Now what I watched on his last turn there was the speed of his flip turn. He's increased his tempo a little bit, but he also increased the tempo of his turn. Really got his heels around quickly. So is it 31.50 for Haney, and Rock is 31.41. They're almost mirroring each other.
Haney is in second place from Anderson in lane 6 in the orange cap.
One thing I see on this, on a great shot by our camera crew here, is you can see his power. Every time he takes a pull, you can see that body just pull forward. He's good catch underwater. You can actually see the speed of his pull, of how fast his body moves off his pulls. He has not wavered on his turn, the distance off the walls. He has not wavered. That's second and third right now.
Just heading back towards the far end of the pool as Sellers comes here for the flip at the starting block and the leader.
All right, he's at 31.1. This is where he needs that competition, needs to go find somebody to chase and race.
Five lengths complete now for Evan Sellers in lane 5, the senior from Rose-Hulman.
It's interesting when we put the 1650 on the last day and the 200 butterfly on the last event, right?
Exactly.
And we've got how many days of competition racing? Yeah, it's 3 events, individual events, but you got all these relays too, right? And these guys have had hard racing, and then they're coming up and swimming a couple of the 2 hardest races in the meet. So give them props.
Yep.
Sellers back down under 31 seconds. And again, when you look at the 31s and the 30s and they change just a little bit, sometimes it's because of the turn, not necessarily because of what he's doing in between the flags.
So we've got Evan Sellers out in front in first place in lane 5. Second place in lane 6 here is Reed Haney, the sophomore from Anderson here in the heat. And then third place in lane 4 is Aiden Rock, the junior from Transylvania here, as we're on the back half of the 1650 here.
We're not getting the places that we can see on the scoreboard, so we can't tell you. We're kind of eyeballing it. We can't tell you exactly where everybody is until the finish. I think the places pop up, but we can't really tell you who's where except for just us watching the race.
So Sellers is coming up here on the completion of lap 50 now.
You see the time up at the right-hand corner of your screen. See that? See, that's just good power off the walls, man. 30.32. He's bringing his splits back down. You know he's getting to the end. The 1500. When he hits 1500, just watch him take off. He's going to have that closing speed to get his goals.
Again, the meet record is what she holds, 16:03.72.
So what was the fastest time from the morning swim again?
It was a time of 17:38.75 by Tyler Wood from Franklin.
All right, so He could factor into a medal round, a medal.
We saw in the women's race the fastest time for the morning session get 8th overall.
And you're swimming against somebody you can't see in the morning, so you got to give it everything. Morning swims are sometimes a strategy coaches use. Still looking powerful, still getting good distance per stroke. A little bit of a breath into the turn there. 30.71, sometimes that breath just throws off a little bit off your timing of your turn. You know, the distance swimmers don't kick dolphin kicks off the walls because they don't need the speed off the walls, they just need the power off the walls. He's jumping off his walls. Pretty impressed with his technical racing skills. And again, your teammates on the side, your coach on the side. Every turn, if you can keep your turns consistent. In between the flags is training, but you think, okay, well, let's just do more yardage. No, those coaches really want to see more improvement on the turns.
57 lengths complete now for Evan Sellers. When he reaches the starting block end here, he'll have 200 yards left to go in the race here in the 1650.
All right, let's see if he can close it out here. 200 left to go. He's 30.26, one of his fastest splits on the back half of the race here so far.
Rose Holman trying to win both the women's 1650 and the men's 1650. We saw Catherine Bath win the women's competition, and right now it looks like Evan Sellers is definitely en route to win the men's race as well here.
30.16, he's bringing his splits down. You see the closing speed start to come in to play.
Coming up on 100 yards left to go here for Evan Sellers in the 1650.
A little bit off his record here, I think.
The athletes really starting to root on their teammates here as we're inside 100 yards for the leader. Bell lap coming up here for Evan Sellers in lane 5, the senior from Rose Holman here in the 1650.
Watch the closing speed here. See his teammate shaking the lap canter up and down, encourage him to get home.
And here he comes. Evan Sellers is going to win the 1650 freestyle here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships, and does so in a time of 16:21.53.
Watch the battle for second. Haney.
Haney's going to hang on, and he hangs on barely. Tichy made a really good run at him in lane 7 at the back half of that race, Tony. Evan Sellers the winner, but Reed Haney gets second from Anderson, 16:45.06. And in lane 7, Adam Tichy, the sophomore from Transylvania, had a really good back half swim. I think he was 4th or 5th early stages of that race, and he ends up 3rd, 16:46.25.
Nice back half. All right, our time from the morning.
Time from the morning session was 17:38.75 by Tyler Wood.
It looks like Coy got in there with a 17:24.26, so nice top final swim.
They're going to take a 5-minute break in competition now. Give these athletes a little time to recover from the 1650, and we'll move on for with the remainder of the meet here. Up next will be the women's 200-yard backstroke. Well, we'll get to that when we come back You're watching the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships on HCAC TV.
I'm actually a fifth-generation student here at Manchester. All four of my grandparents went to Manchester. Both of my parents went to Manchester as well. I followed in the footsteps of my older brother as well in coming here. And that's kind of been a fun tradition to hear everybody's stories from Manchester while also making my own memories here. I didn't originally want to go to Manchester due to how close it was to home, but I toured here first and I really loved this warm, inviting campus where people would open doors for you. And people would stop on the sidewalk and catch up for 5 to 10 minutes. And when I was looking at other schools, I really missed that opportunity, that feeling of being at home. I realized that Manchester is really where I fit in and where I belonged. My two pieces of advice would be to get involved really early on. There are a lot of great clubs on campus and organizations to be a part of. You get to find people who are like you and enjoy the same interests and activities as you. And it's a chance to grow as a person and to make a great group of peers and community and friends around you. My other piece of advice would be to travel abroad. Manchester has this really unique tradition with our January term classes, and that's been probably one of my favorite experiences I've ever had here. And I've had the awesome opportunity to travel off campus 3 times. I'm signed up right now to go on the Hawaii cross-cultural class. That's actually a fun one for me because that's a class that my grandfather started, traveling to Hawaii to learn about the different cultures there in cross-cultural psychology. So I'm really hoping it gets to go, but if it doesn't, I'm sure I'll still get to learn about cross-cultural psychology and go to Hawaii at some point in my life. Another one I went on was a medical practicum to Guatemala, and that was a life-changing experience. We went with 10 to 15 healthcare providers to a rural area in Guatemala that doesn't get healthcare on a yearly basis. And so it was amazing to see these healthcare providers provide care in an up-close and personal view. My mom, Lori Zimmerman, was also a part of the medical practicum. Most kids get to visit their parents on the Take Your Kid to Work day. And I've never gotten to see her work until we were in Guatemala and I got to work with her for a day. And that was really interesting to see the impact she has on people, see the tenderness as she works with people, but also the intelligence as she's running through her head, all the different diagnoses it could be, the best way to present information. It's really interesting to see how she uses her liberal arts Manchester education to apply the psychology as well as the communication she's learned with her medical advice and her experience. So that was a life-changing experience to be able to really immerse myself into the field of healthcare.
Along with Tony Young, I'm Eric Eaton, and we're back here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute for the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships on HCAC TV. Little 5-minute break here before we get to our next event, the women's 200-yard backstroke event 30. And all the remaining of our events, by the way, will be a consolation final followed by a championship final. And Tony, that means they were set by prelims swims this morning, so we'll have 7 individuals swimming the consolation final and 7 in the championship final.
And only the top 7 are racing for medals.
Let's take a look at the events you just saw to lead off the competition here, the 1650. Actually, there, I guess the 5-minute break has concluded, so we're going to go to the 200-yard backstroke here. We'll get the award ceremony for the 1650 in a moment. Event 30, the women's 200-yard backstroke consolation final. In lane 3, we'll have Jenna Crosley, a freshman from Anderson. Lane 4, Allie Clark, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Sid Whitford, a sophomore from Transylvania. Lane 6, Elena Simmons, a senior from Hanover College. Lane 7, Caroline Smith, a junior from Transylvania. And lane 8, Alexis Ferguson, a junior from Manchester University. So this is going to be 8 lengths to the pool backstroke. And Tony, I look at the ceiling here at this facility. The cross beams run perpendicular to the lane lines.
Yeah, but they got those nice wind socks up there on top to follow, which go lengthwise of the pool. And yeah, you ask yourself, why you said that. It's mainly because they have to have some type of guidance of swimming straight in their lane. Most of them, experienced swimmers, are using their strokes. The balance of their stroke keeps them in the middle of the lane. And it is really, an athlete will relax, watch the beams on top of the water, and try to make sure they have a focal point. Their focal points really are the backstroke flags. They come into the halfway point here. Is that Sid?
Yep, Sid Whitford for Transylvania.
Transylvania coming in at the 100, splitting 36.5, followed closely by Elena Simmons. And she splits 37.1. Elena, the senior, this is her last meet. I mentioned earlier she's one of our Indiana swimming athlete representatives for many years. Great leadership development for all of the athletes in Indiana swimming. She played a big part in that. So a very special young lady there in 6. Watch Sid here as she's really starting to build her third 50 here. Great strategy. Boom, on the wall there, 37.68. Her time from prelims, 2:29.66.
Sid, the sophomore from Florence, Kentucky, swimming for Transylvania, trying to win the consolation final here, women's 200-yard backstroke.
Look at the still head position. Now watch her attack her arm, pulls herself into the wall. Don't waste that last stroke. Good dolphin kicks off the wall, still head position. Good catch out front, particularly with the right hand. See the legs start to increase here as she starts to pick up her tempo to close out the race. She's trying to beat 2:29.66.
And Whitford swims at 2:23.73 to win the consolation final.
Best time for Whitford and Simmons both. Great way to end up their swims.
Elena Simmons from Hanover College in lane 6 gets second in the consolation final, 2:29.28. Third in lane 4, Allie Clark, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman, 2:33.47 her time.
Remember, these swims are after 3 days of hard racing. So when they come back on this night, they're really trusting that their training made a big difference in this championship meet.
The athletes now in the championship final for the women's 200-yard backstroke are going to make their way out of the parade on the far side of the pool here to the starting block area. Here they come.
Again, this is called the Parade of Athletes. It's kind of, they're down in the ready room area. So basically what they're doing down there is it's kind of a special place to be. Yeah, is there a little gamesmanship sometimes down there? Potentially.
Yeah, we've seen that before, particularly in Olympic Games. We've seen that from time to time.
Yeah. So their teammates are there on the side of the pool deck, giving them the high fives.
Your top seed will be Kat Lundy in lane 5 from Franklin, qualifying number 1 in the time of 2:05.80 this morning.
Well, Kat, in the earlier competition, broke the 100 backstroke meet record. And below her is Kaylee McCaffrey from Franklin. She broke the IM record, meet record. So she's got some skills in the backstroke as well. Could have a tough race. The meet record, 2:03.08. Let's see if Kat can get a run at it. She's going to have to be out at least double low, maybe a little bit under a minute. But obviously she's ready to swim if she's breaking meet records earlier in the competition.
Lane assignments here for the championship final. Women's 200-yard backstroke. In lane 2, Kins Farner, freshman from Transylvania. Lane 3 will be Emin Lynch, junior from Manchester. Lane 4, Jillian Antle, sophomore from Franklin. Lane 5, Kat Lundy, the freshman from Franklin College. Lane 6 is Callie McCafferty, the graduate student from Franklin. Lane 7, Delaney McPherson, a senior from Transylvania. And in lane 8, we have Maddie Hopp, the junior from Anderson University.
Women's A cut for this particular event in the 200 backstroke, 156.94. B cut, 203.17. If you can get that meet record, you could have a B cut. What got into the meet last year? 202.67.
203.08, the meet record held by Jessica Halsmer in 2019. Ellie Hong, the HCAC Open record, 2016 set, 158.77.
Got a little match racing going on here. Lundy and McCaffrey, nice walls. Keep an eye on lane 4 as well. Jillian Antle from Franklin. Quick turns there by Lundy.
Lundy out in front right now in lane 5, the freshman from Winchester, Indiana.
Well, she's attacking this race. See if Kaylee's got a back half. Split on the way out, 31.0, 31.72. Couldn't tell what the 100 split was.
Lundy about a body length lead, approaching the turn far into the pool here.
If she can split 31 on this 50, she can have a shot at the record. Notice the dolphin kicks the distance off the walls. There's those skills that are particularly relevant in collegiate short course swimming. You got to master those in high school. See what the split is here, 32.0.
Lundy on her way here, the freshman from Franklin College, to winning here in the women's 200-yard backstroke championship final, coming up on her final turn.
Dolphin kicks out past the flag.
And the winning time for Kat Lundy here in the championship final, women's 200-yard backstroke, 2:05.01, improving on her swim from the morning session. And to win the championship here. Second place in lane 6 went to Callie McCafferty, the graduate student from Franklin, 2:06.75 her time. Third place in lane 4 was Jillian Antle, also from Franklin College. So Franklin College is going to go 1-2-3, a clean sweep here, Tony, in the championship final of the women's 200-yard backstroke.
All right, guys, 200 backstroke upcoming.
Event 31, the men's 200-yard backstroke. Consolation final here is going to be up first. In the consolation final, in lane 2, we'll have Andrew Crawford, sophomore from Anderson University. Lane 3 will be David Oltis, senior from Rose-Hulman. In lane 4 will be Caden Siller, a junior from Transylvania. Lane 5, Anthony Hoyt, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Noah Singleton, sophomore from Anderson. Lane 7, Peyton Elsrod, the sophomore from Manchester University. And in lane 8, Ethan Scialaba, freshman from Anderson, as we're underway in the consolation final.
We didn't talk much about the race strategies for the 200 backstroke in the women's just yet. Didn't get into much detail, but this is a 200 race of strokes. Whether it's freestyle 200 stroke, there's always a race strategy involved. It's 200. The stronger you are in your middle, legs are in the middle 50 and at the end of the race, don't use them up too quickly. Don't get caught up in the racing too early. Keep your legs, keep your efficiency, keep your walls long, and then outrace people at the end. So we may have a pretty good race here. We have 3 abreast going into the far turn wall.
Looks like in lane 4, coming off the wall here with the lead, is Siller from Transylvania.
All right, let's watch the back half. Look at the bottom of our screen right here. Is that lane number 2? Bottom of our screen, coming on strong there.
Lane 3.
Lane 3. Yep, lane 3. Sometimes our camera takes away that second lane. So that's lane 3. David Eutis from Rose Holman, the senior. Looks like he was starting to put some effort into his second 50.
Hayden Siller, the leader right now. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio. Comes for Transylvania out in front here.
He still looks smooth. Let's see if he's got the legs to get it home, or anybody's going to try to make a challenge to him on the back half.
Looks like Hoyt in lane 5 from Rose Holman in second. Final turn coming up for Caden Siller in lane 4 here.
Siller was just under 2 minutes in the prelims, 1:59.62. He looks like he's way under that time here.
Oh yeah, he's going to smash that time from this morning.
Nice swim.
Caden Siller wins the consolation final. Men's 200-yard backstroke, 1:58.78 with that swim. Getting second in lane 6 with a nice finish was Noah Singleton from Anderson, 2:00.28. Got around Hoyt there at the back in the back half of the race, and finishing third was Anthony Hoyt from Rose Holman in lane 5, 2:00.48.
Finalists in the 1650, both men's and women's, please make your way to the podium for your award ceremony.
Next up, the championship final now for the men in the 200-yard backstroke. Meet record was set in last year by Cole Brannick, 150.67. And he's in the field here. He's actually the top seed, the sophomore from Transylvania, with a time of 1:53.38. And here comes the 7 athletes actually competing here in the championship final, being paraded out to the starting block area.
Always interesting, as you mentioned earlier, the top seeds get to pick the music. Just always interesting to see what the young men and young ladies pick for the walkout music, parade out music.
Yeah, Cole Brannick, the top seed, picked the music here, and he is the meet record holder, as we said, last year in a time of a swim of 150.67, and the defending champion in the event here, the men's 200-yard backstroke, the sophomore from Transylvania.
Well, Cole's already broken 2 meet records this competition, 1 in the 100 backstroke and 1 in the 100 butterfly. He's on top of it. He's got his A game going this meet, but his time 150.67. That 200 backstroke A cut for the 200 for men NCAA cut. 200 backstroke is 142.2. 149.1 is the B cut. 147.45 got pulled into the meet. So he's got to break his own meet record to get that B cut of 149.15.
Take a look at the lane assignments here for the championship final. Men's 200-yard backstroke. In lane 2, Will Johnson, a freshman from Franklin. Lane 3 will be Logan Davis, a sophomore from Manchester University. Lane 4, Jack Berkey, senior from Franklin. Lane 5, Cole Brannick, the top seed, the sophomore from Transylvania. Lane 6, Caleb Munger, a junior from Rose Holman. Lane 7, Tommaso Calviello, a sophomore from Rose Holman. And lane 8 will be Colton Schulte, a sophomore from Manchester University. Meet record held by Brannick, 150.67 set last year. HCAC Open record set in 2009 by Hal Graft in a time of 148.37. We're underway. 8 lengths of the pool.
Watch the start. Watch how far Brannick is, almost 3/4 the way down the pool. Brannick's in 5. The second turn was exceptional there, or the second breakout was exceptional.
Brannick right now doing battle in lane 4 with Berkey from Franklin.
You ask yourself, when they do this turn here and they're underwater and they're working their dolphin kicks, they got to keep the body streamlined. Look at the distance off the wall. Just amazing racing skills there. But they've got to stay streamlined underwater. They can't get loose. And they've got to break out, transition from underwater to the top of the water, and hit their pacing right on the money.
Brannick from Georgetown, Kentucky. The sophomore swims for Transylvania out in front, coming up on the turn here, far end of the pool in lane 5. Coming on now in lane 6 is Caleb Munger from Rose Holman.
got a good race shaping up here.
Brannick in 5, Munger in 6 here. With a 50 to go.
28.75 for Brannick, 27.67 for Munger.
Munger, the junior from Rose-Hulman, in lane 6. Coming up on the final turn, we're almost dead even here.
Munger gets to the wall first. Up, backstroke, breakout.
Great underwater work by Brannick, and he's going to power his way to the championship here in the men's 200-yard backstroke championship final from Transylvania in a time of 1:51.10.
Munger, 1:51.48. Third was Burke, 1:51.70. What a race.
Great battle, three-way battle. I tell you what, that last turn, though, by Brannick, he nailed that coming off the wall.
No kidding. When you watch him, you could just see how fast he was traveling underwater compared to everybody else that was swimming. Look at that, and this is great. Competition, shaking each other's hands, hugging each other. It was just a, competition in our sport and the sportsmanship that goes with it. That's the coolest part.
Yeah, it's incredible. You see it at every level, too.
All right, awards?
Have an awards break here. We're going to have the awards for the women's and men's 1650 freestyle coming up here shortly. And then we'll move to event 32, which will be the women's 100-yard freestyle consolation final, followed by the championship final.
1650 freestyle finalists, both men's and women's. Please make your way to the podium for your awards ceremony.
We will, when they have the awards presentations, we'll turn things over to Jeff Willoughby, public address announcer here for those awards.
Championship finalists for event 32, the women's 100-yard freestyle. Please make your way to the podium.
Take a moment to thank our great production crew here today on the broadcast. Ben Wood, producer and director. Nick Lewis and Mitchell Adams on camera, bringing you the great pictures here this afternoon here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute, here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. Final day of competition, 4-day meet. Only one relay here on this final day, and that comes up the last event of the competition. That'll be the 400-yard freestyle relay. For the women will lead it off, followed by the men. Next up will be the women's 100-yard freestyle here. After our awards for the 1650. You saw those swims to begin our broadcast here this evening. Catherine Bath, freshman from Rose-Hulman, won the women's 1650 in a time of 18:09.81, and Evan Sellers won the men's competition in 1650, the senior from Rose-Hulman, 16:24.26, a clean sweep for Rose-Hulman in those 1650 races. So after we announce the award ceremony here for the 1650, again, event 32, the women's 100-yard freestyle, followed by the event 33, the men's 100-yard freestyle. And here's the 1650 awards presentation for the women.
swimming and diving champion of the women's 1650-yard freestyle with a time of 17 minutes, 47.56 seconds. The Rose Home Institute of Technology, Catherine Bath.
Congratulations to Catherine Bath, winning the women's 1650 finals time, 17:47.56. Kate Stauffer in second, 17:56.17. And Aaron Perkins finishes third in a time of 18:18.57. There you see your 7 medalists in the women's 1650 freestyle.
I saw the medals. They're pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. So now we'll go back to the starting block area here. Event 32, the women's 100-yard freestyle. Consolation final here. Looks like we're going to have the men's 1650 awards presentation before we can get to that here. Here they come. They're being introduced, taking their positions on the awards platform. Sellers, the champion here, men's 1650 here at the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships for 2024. Winning time of 16:21.53 from Rose Holman. Reed Haney from Anderson finished second, 16:45.06. And finishing third was Adam Tishy from Transylvania, time of 16:46.25. All right, here we go now. Event 32, women's 100-yard freestyle consolation final. In the consolation final, in lane 2, it'll be Ria Baramarati, senior from Rose Holman. In lane 3, Allie Hinchman, a sophomore from Transylvania. Lane 4, Grace Williams, the junior from Franklin College. Lane 5, Amelia Lynn, freshman from Transylvania. Lane 6, Grace Beck, sophomore from Bluffton. Lane 7 will be Ellie Nolte, a freshman from Rose Holman. And in lane 8, Ashlyn Malley, senior from Manchester University.
The lane 6 up at the top.
That is lane 6 with the lead here. That's Beck from Bluffton.
Grace Beck. And one thing about going, it's no such thing as going out too fast. Going out too hard makes a difference on the back half. Let's see who's got the last 25 in this race. Back half makes a big difference. But Grace had a great turn. Lane number 7 giving a run.
Yeah, that's Nolte from Rose Holman. It looks like Grace Beck, a sophomore from Bluffton, is going to take the consolation final wire to wire and does so in a time of 56.60. Beats her prelim swim by 1/100 of a second. That's consistent there. Second place in lane 7 was Ellie Nolte from Rose Holman, 57.28. Getting third in consolation final in lane 4 was, I believe, was Grace Williams from Franklin.
Best time's the best time, whether it's 10 seconds or a tenth of a second, trust me.
Here come your 7 finalists now for the championship final in the women's 100-yard freestyle. Celeste Hollis, the freshman from Franklin, will be the top qualifier from prelims to swim a 52.51. Meet and HCAC Open record set in 2019 by Courtney Kaufman, and the top time is 51.60. And this championship final, we've got 2 teams representing the 7 athletes here. You have 4 from Transylvania and 3 from Franklin. Take a look at the lane assignments. In lane 2, Mary Grace Thompson, junior from Transylvania. Lane 3 is Logan Thomas, the senior from Transylvania. Lane 4, Hannah Tapp, senior from Transylvania. Lane 5, Celeste Hollis, the freshman from Franklin. Lane 6, Charlotte Green, junior from Transylvania. Lane 7, Petal Sloan, freshman from Franklin. And lane 8, Landy Newcomb, the freshman from Franklin. Celeste Hollis, the freshman from Granger, Indiana, in lane 5 is your top seed here in the 100-yard freestyle.
Comes in at a 52-51 out of prelims. Meet records 51-6-0.
And here we go.
Championship finalist for group 33. You should be in the ready room.
And a pretty good start here for Hollis in lane 5. And also it looks up there in lane 7 as well. That's us Petal Sloan from Franklin. Those two battling out.
Mirroring it. Again, where'd you get your easy speed so you can finish up the back half of this race?
It's like Sloan in lane 7 had the lead at the final turn.
Another great turn off the wall, though, for Celeste. These two are going to go down to a wire to the touch.
Going to be a bang finish. The win's going to go to Sloan in lane 7. Petal Sloan from Franklin, 52-23. Her time to take the win. Second place in lane 5, Celeste Hollis, in a time of 52-29, and getting third in lane 6 was Charlotte Green in a time of 53-5-6. So
good best times there. Great racing, ladies. Great racing. You're watching the athletes. I think the skills we're watching on the front half of this meet. Just powerful turns off the last walls. We saw it in the 200 back. We just saw it in the 100 free.
Next up now, event 33, the men's 100-yard freestyle consolation final. In lane 2, it'll be Charlie Wida, freshman from Hanover College. Lane 3, Isaiah Perkins, a sophomore from Transylvania. Lane 4 will be Hung Tran, sophomore from Manchester. Lane 5, Owen Baker, the freshman from Franklin. Lane 6, Ben Hall, a junior from Anderson. Lane 7, Jacob Young, the senior from Transylvania. And in lane 8, we have Gage Lane, the freshman from Anderson. Consolation final.
Sometimes in this final, coaches are seeing who's going to be on their 400 free relay at the end. Sometimes athletes are earning their spot in this consolation final.
A pretty even race so far. Looks like now maybe in lane 5, a little surge from Baker.
Watch the turns, quick heels.
Here comes lane 6, Ben Hall.
And again, it's going to come down to the turn here to either hold the lead or get the lead right here.
All right, look at this race. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 right together here.
Even the bottom of our screen's coming on strong.
Now a surge by Ben Hall in lane 6 from Anderson. Is he going to get the touch and the win? He does. In the consolation final, Ben Hall, time of 48.73. Second place in lane 4 went to Hung Tran in a time of 49.80, and getting third in lane 5, Owen Baker, in a time of 49.05.
That's some great head-to-head match racing right there.
Next up, the championship final now for the men in the 100-yard freestyle event 33, and here come our 7 finalists out from the ready area, parading on the far side of the pool out to the starting block area. Zachary Jackson Blaine, a freshman from Franklin, top qualifier from prelims, 46.50 his time. Meet an HCAC open record set by Holmes in 2022, 44.77 is that time.
Well, Zachary Jackson Blaine set the school record in the 50 earlier in the meet at a 20.3. So let's see what he can do with the back half of the 100 free here. A cut for the men's 50 for the 100 free, 43.3. B cut 45.11.
Top qualifier Zachary Jackson Blaine is from Jamaica, St. Andrew, Jamaica.
Hope he's got family watching.
Lane assignments here for the championship final in lane 2, Anthony Napreve, junior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3 will be Callum Buchanan, sophomore from Hanover College. Lane 4, Sam West, the junior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Zachary Jackson Blaine, the freshman from Franklin. Lane 6, Caden Cummings, freshman from Franklin. Lane 7, Aiden Carter, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. And in lane 8, Stone Conaway, the freshman from Franklin.
So the top seeds in the finals heats have been challenged.
And good they
it
have.
hasn't been easy wins for them. So you gotta swim your best race against the best competition. Zachary's got some quick tempo. Gets into the first turn.
He's in lane 5. He's got the lead by about half a body length over Cummins from his teammate from Franklin.
The goal here is to try to actually be the fastest swimmer in the pool on your second 50s. 21.78, 7.1 on the way out. On pace to break the record of 44.79, maybe even a B cut for NC2As.
He's getting a challenge now from Cummings a little bit coming here towards the flags, but it looks like Zachary Jackson Blaine is going to take the win in lane 5 in a time of 45.79. Second place went to Caden Cummings in lane 6, 46.24, and getting third in lane 7 was Aiden Carter in a time of 47.71. Zachary Jackson Blaine is your champion in the men's 100-yard freestyle here for 2024.
Awards for the backstroke upcoming.
Next up, you are correct, awards first for the women's in the 200-yard backstroke, followed by the men's 200-yard backstroke. Top 7 will receive medals.
Catch you up on the team scores, whether you're working their way to. You're watching the scoreboard. We're working off of Meet Mobile.
On the men's side, updated, Rose-Hulman on top, 726.5 points. Franklin College in second, 566.5 points. And in third right now is Transylvania with 408 points. That's on the men's side. Let's take a look at the women's side standings. Franklin College on top, it's pretty comfortable right now, 737 points for them. Transylvania in second, 551 points, and in third, Rose-Hulman with 408 points.
Transylvania's having a good final.
Yeah, their athletes have brought it here on this final session. So awards upcoming here in the 200 backstroke. Our next event when we return to competition will be event 34, the women's 200-yard breaststroke event.
Finalists for event 34, the women's 200-yard breaststroke. You should be in the ready room. Men's and women's 200-yard backstrokers, you need to be on your way to the podium for your award ceremony.
Upcoming HCAC broadcast on HCAC TV. I want to remind everybody next Saturday from here in Terre Haute at Rose-Hulman, the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships.
This is the award ceremony.
Again, next Saturday, 11 a.m. Here's your top 7 finishers now in the women's 200-yard backstroke.
champion for the women's 200-yard backstroke at a time of 2 minutes 5.01 seconds from Franklin College,
Kat Lundy, the freshman from Franklin College, wins the women's 200-yard backstroke here this afternoon. The finals time of 2:05.01. Callie McCafferty from Franklin got second, 2:06.75, finishing in third. Jillian Antle, also from Franklin College, 2:14.07. So Franklin College had an outstanding event there in the women's 200-yard backstroke. Next up, results. Medal awards here for the men's 200-yard backstroke coming up here in a moment. And continuing updating our upcoming broadcast, also next Saturday as well, HCAC Men's Basketball Championship game from Anderson University. Broadcast begins at 6 p.m. and then the HCAC Women's Basketball Championship also the same day from Transylvania beginning at 6 p.m. That's next Saturday on HCAC TV. And here's your awards presentation now for the men 200-yard backstroke.
finishing sixth from Manchester, Gordon Shelby. Finishing in fifth from Manchester, Logan Davis. Finishing fourth from Rose, Minnesota Gabriello. And in third place from Franklin College, Jack Berkey. Finishing in second from Rose Holman, Bailey Munger. And your 2024 champion of the men's 200-yard backstroke at a time of 1 minute 51 seconds.
Cole Brannick took the title in the men's 200-yard backstroke with the finals time of 1:51.10. Caleb Munger was second, 1:51.48. And getting third was Jack Berkey at a time of 1:51.70. There's Cole at the top of the awards podium there from Transylvania, the sophomore. Next up now, event 34, the women's 200-yard backstroke, or breaststroke rather, consolation final. In lane 2, Abby Corbley, a junior from Anderson. Lane 3 is Kayla Martinez, a senior from Rose Holman. Lane 4 will be Grace Vogel, a senior from Transylvania. Lane 5, Amelia Austin, a sophomore from Hanover College. Lane 6 is Taylin Benish, a freshman from Manchester. Lane 7, Annie Doherty, sophomore from Rose Holman. And lane 8, Ada Shuttleworth, junior from Hanover College. Tony, we've got 8 links to the pool here, breaststroke.
Underwater racing skills take on a whole different meaning when it comes to breaststroke. This is a different type of racing. When you're underwater, it is not about dolphin kicking. Although they do get it. If you watch the underwater pull-out here, you will see the push-offs off the wall. They will take a dolphin kick, and then they will tighten up that body and kick breaststroke up into the transition. Right here, dolphin kick. And look at the distance off the wall there by our swimmer in lane number 4.
Now that's Grace Vogel from Transylvania out in front.
Now breaststroke is identifiable almost to the individual. There are similar skills that every breaststroker tries to mirror or mimic. But breaststroke stroke is identifiable to you, to your flexibility in your kick, to your power that you have off the walls. But really what it boils down to is underwater racing skills. Every time they reach forward, they're underwater. They've got to keep that body streamlined and finish that kick. When they go into the wall, they want to be really long and stretched out to get their knees up underneath them quick. Again, push off, underwater racing. Pull out, underwater racing. Break out in the timing. They're not swimming much of this race on top of the water. His really racing skills underway.
Watching the top of our screen here, lane 7 and 8, Doherty in 7, and Shuttleworth in lane 8 from Hanover appear to be out in front here.
Yeah, they got tempo increasing. Lane number 7, you called it.
Annie Doherty, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman.
Strong back half going here.
And it looks like she's going to win the consolation final in lane 7.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, well, excuse me. Yeah, we've got a little bit more to go here.
Again, distance off the walls. You notice the smooth transition from underneath to the top. That comes from the body line and that kick. You don't stop using your kick. You don't stop when you come up on top of the water. You continue the momentum. Doherty, long into the wall. Look at that turn. Hand back behind her ear. Quick motion. Power off the wall. Now the tempo increases and the race is on.
So hanging on to the lead in lane 7. Looks like in Shuttleworth in lane 8, maybe in second place here, trying to make a late run, but
one dive into the wall. Good luck.
It's going to be Annie Doherty who takes the win in lane 7. 2:49.28.
Nice time drop for Annie.
Shuttleworth got second in lane 8 in a time of 2:50.05. And finishing third in lane 6 was Benish from Manchester. That'll bring us to the championship final now in the women's 200-yard breaststroke. 7 championship finalists parading onto the pool deck now, far side of the pool. Top qualifier was Reagan Hendricks from Franklin, 2:31.22 her time. Meet record set in 2018 by Sarah Harley, 2:24.57. HCAC Open record belongs to Morgan Cyrus in a time of 2:21.30 set in 2017.
Well, you've got 3 to 4 young ladies here that got a shot at this one in this particular championship final.
Reagan Hendricks in lane 5 is actually the defending champion in this event. Swam a 2:30.94 last year in the championship final. Lane assignments here in the championship final. Women's 200-yard breaststroke in lane 2, Heather Carm, the senior from Anderson. Lane 3 will be Olivia Grenke, senior from Transylvania. Lane 4, Hayden Maddock, senior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Reagan Hendricks, senior from Franklin. Lane 6, Avery Tomlinson, the freshman from Franklin. Lane 7, Aaron Perkins, a junior from Franklin. And lane 8, Leah Granis, sophomore from Transylvania.
Well, there's a lot of seniors in this particular heat. Let's see if the experience pays off. And you said Hendricks won it last year?
Yep, the defending champion in lane 5. That's correct. Senior from Franklin, Indiana. Went to Franklin Community High School and stayed right at home to swim collegiately.
Beautiful stroke. Look at the hips. Look at the leg drive. Quick turns. That means that what they're doing is that they reach out, get those knees up underneath them, quick hip turn. But being challenged in lane number 6.
That's Avery Tomlinson, the freshman from Franklin. So a couple of Franklin athletes out in front here at the conclusion of the opening 50.
You notice they both came in on long strokes together. Lane number 4. Swimming well in between the flags, but it looks like our 2 top leaders right now are having just a superior turns here. Oh, what a quick turn there by Hendricks.
Hendricks and Tomlinson still out in front here.
Third 50 pays off. Really pulling water is Hendricks. Again, long into the wall. She really gets off the wall quickly. 36.97 for Hendricks.
Sending about a half a valley length lead now over her teammate Tomlinson. In lane 6 is Hendricks.
Boy, she just stays long and strong. Again, still keeps that long stroke into the wall. Not caught up, not jamming any turns. Beautiful breakout. The time was 2:30 last year.
Yep, that's about 2:30.94 last year for Hendricks.
All right, let's see if she can get it home.
50
Split
to go
time.
for her.
38-21 for Hendricks.
Coming on now in lane 3, trying to make a battle of second place. Or actually lane 4, it looks like it's Maddock and Rose Holman.
She's been hanging around. See if she can get it home. 3 touch the wall almost simultaneously, but the quick turn's going to get it.
Yeah, Hendricks in control of the race now with about a half a lap to go. Reagan Hendricks, the senior from Franklin College, out in front. Good strong battle for second behind her, but Reagan Hendricks going to take the win here with a winning time of 2:38.33.
2:28.
Yeah, excuse me, 2:28.33. 2:28.33 for Reagan Hendricks. Second place in lane 6 was Avery Tomlinson in a time of 2:31.02. Third place in lane 7 it was Aaron Perkins from Franklin as well in a time of 2:31.25. So that was a 1-2-3 sweep for Franklin College in the women's 200-yard breaststroke.
I remember, didn't Aaron Perkins swim the 1650? I think she did. Let's just check and see here. She doubled up to the 1650 in the 200 breaststroke. Yes, she did.
Finished second in the event with a time of 18:46.92. Yes.
So really contributing some points tonight is Aaron Perkins. Well, Hendricks broke her best time from a year ago and taking it a second champion. I don't know how many championships she's won in a row, but obviously 2 in a row.
Next up, event 35, the men's 200-yard breaststroke consolation final. In lane 2, it'll be Andrew Crawford, a sophomore from Anderson. Lane 3, Jacob Stauffer, junior from Franklin. Lane 4 is Connor Shannon, a freshman from Manchester. Lane 5 will be Lucas McIntyre Quinn, the freshman from Transylvania. Lane 6 is Jaden Chin Hong, freshman from Manchester. Lane 7, Caleb Savage, freshman from Anderson. And lane 8, Elliot Rossworm, freshman from Franklin.
So a lot of freshmen in this heat. Great experience being at your first conference meet and getting a second swim. McIntyre Quinn came in with the top seed in this consolation final, 2:15.16. Great turn at the top of our screen, though.
Yeah, that's lane 7. That's Caleb Savage from Anderson out in front.
Look at the distance per stroke he's getting. Sometimes you just see that entire body stretched out. He's on top of the water. He's not deep underwater. He's on top of the water, but he's just riding his stroke. Look at the rhythm. Probably taking the least amount of strokes of any swimmer in this heat. That's fluid. Let's watch and see what happens on the back half, because through his efficiency, he's saving energy.
He's out in front right now, Caleb Savage in lane 7. In a tight battle for second. Looks like lanes 5 and 6, McIntyre Quinn and Chin Hong in 5 and 6.
Savage is from Anderson, correct?
That's correct, yes.
He was 2:19. He's so far ahead of that pace. He still is out front, but here comes the back half breaststrokers. Third 50s in the middle of the pool. They're making a run. Can he get off this wall? Keep his lead through his pullouts.
Savage out in front. Looks like in second place now is Lucas McIntyre Quinn in lane 5.
And he's catching up off his pullouts. He's got a great back half going. Short stroke the turn a little bit. And you notice that when you make your turns, how they eyeball their competition.
I tell you what, McIntyre Quinn's really coming on in lane 5. Looks like he's taken over the lead now as we come underneath the flags here. And also making a run at second there was Chin Hong at the wall, but it is Jaden. It's Lucas McIntyre Quinn taking the win from Transylvania, 2:15.94. Getting second in lane 6 was Jaden Chin Hong, 2:16.78. Finishing third was Caleb Savage in a time of 2:16.92.
Nice time drops.
Championship final now, event 35, the men's 200-yard breaststroke. Seven finalists headed out to the starting block area. Their top seed will be John Carter Chappell, junior from Franklin. Prelim swim of 2:05.84, meet record and HCAC Open record. The same time set in 2022 by Paul Clarendon in time of 2:03.86.
It's a pretty fast time. Looks like when I look at some of the records, a lot of them are coming from 22. They must have had a heck of a meet in 2022.
Your defending champion is in the race here, Vinit Renate from Rose-Hulman. He won the meet last year. He'll be in lane 6, but he is not the top seed.
No, Vinit set the meet record in the 200 IM earlier in the competition.
We have not seen a meet record fall so far in this session. We'll see if somebody can make a run at it here in the 200-yard breaststroke. All right, our lane assignments here for the championship final. In lane 2, Parker York, the junior from Manchester. Lane 3 is Mateo Calvillo, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4 is Eric Sinclair, a freshman from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, John Carter Chappell, junior from Franklin. Lane 6, Vinit Renate, junior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Carter Kurtz, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. And Lane 8, Tyler Wood, the sophomore from Franklin. The championship final here in the men's 200-yard breaststroke event.
Break the meet record of 2:03. They're going to have to be out probably under a minute on the front half of this race. The men's standard, A standard for 200 breaststroke, NCAA A standard 155.65.
Great start by Renate out in lane 6.
Oh my gosh. And B cut 149.15. I'm sorry, that's the 201.59. 20014 got pulled in last year. Would you say he's going for it?
And from Mountain View, California, Vinit Renate has gone after it here in the opening front half of this 200-yard breaststroke race in lane 6.
Well, he's definitely going to be out under a minute. Can he save enough energy? Look at those pullouts. Wow. Can he save enough energy for the back half to bring it home and get the record?
Big lead so far. In second place in lane 5 is John Carter Chappell.
31:02 is about 57:58. He's ahead of record pace if he can still hold 31 on his third 50. It's the hardest part right here. He keeps those pullouts as long and strong as they've been. Wow.
Vinit Renate, the junior from Rose-Hulman, right now in control of the men's 200-yard breaststroke race.
Where's the 50 split scoreboard? 32.18. He's got a shot at the record. B cut, 200 breast, 201.59. And he got a B cut in the 200 IM. Can he get it home?
Meet record is 2:03.86.
He's ahead of that.
And he's going to definitely do it. A new meet record for Vinit Renate from Rose-Hulman, 2:00.65 in the 200-yard breaststroke. 2:00.65 meet an HCAC Open record, and that's also a B cut time as well, I believe, Tony, right? Correct?
That looked like a national level swim to me.
Sure did. So congratulations to Vinit. Excellent swim in the 200-yard breaststroke. Second was in lane 7, went to Carter Kurtz 2:05.70. In third place in lane 5, John Carter Chappell in a time of 2:05.90. So
I don't know, can we really call it a swim? He swam more underwater than he did on top of the water, and that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, those turns were incredible that Tony talked about for Vineet Renande there.
Congratulations, young man. I bet you he goes faster. He's got a B cut.
And our 13th meet record to be broken at these championships this weekend here in Terre Haute.
He's catching his breath there.
$2:00.65, by the way. Looks like, according to the heat sheet as well, Tony actually sets the pool record as well here at the Vigo.
Oh, you might as well go for them all, right?
Vigo Aquatic Center.
That's quite an honor.
That record was 2:00.83.
Smile on his face. Well deserved.
We're going to have awards presentations coming up here for the women in the 100-yard freestyle, followed by the men in the 100-yard freestyle. Coming up here, awards podium here briefly, and then we'll be back with event 36, the women's 200-yard butterfly, here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships on HCAC TV.
Freestylists, please make your way to the podium for your award ceremony. This is the award ceremony for event 32, the women's 100-yard freestyle. Finishing in 7th from Franklin, Landon Newcomb.
Here we go now with the award ceremony for the women's 100-yard freestyle.
Grace Thompson. Finishing 5th from Transylvania, Logan Thomas. Finishing 4th from Transylvania, Hannah Tapp. Your 3rd place finisher from Transylvania, Charlotte Green. Your 2nd place finisher from Franklin College, Celeste Hollis. And your 2024 champion of the women's 100-yard freestyle with a time of 52.23 seconds from Franklin College, Petal Sloan.
And there's Petal Sloan, the champion for 2024 women's 100-yard freestyle. Freshman from Franklin College, finals time of 52.23. Celeste Hollis from Franklin finished 2nd, 52.29. And Charlotte Green finishing 3rd from Transylvania in a time of 53.56.
That's like every time I see. Hi Jesse. How you doing, brother?
Following the completion of the This is the award ceremony for event number 33, the men's 100-yard freestyle. Finishing in 7th from Rose Holman.
This is the award ceremony now for the men's 100-yard freestyle.
Finishing 6th from Hanover, Callum Buchanan. In 5th place from Franklin College, Stone Conaway. Finishing 4th from Rose Holman, Sam West. Your 3rd place finisher from Rose Holman, Aiden Carter.
Top 7 get a podium spot. Looks like the top 3 get a medal.
And your 2024 champion of the men's 100-yard freestyle with a time of 45.79 seconds from Franklin College, Zachary Jackson Blaine.
So Zachary Jackson Blaine, the freshman from Franklin College, wins the men's 100-yard freestyle. His finals time was 45.79. Second place, Caden Cummings, the freshman from Franklin College, 46.24. And finishing in 3rd was Aiden Carter, the sophomore from Rose Holman, at a time of 47.71. Back to the competition pool now. Event 36, the women's 200-yard butterfly consolation final. We'll use lanes 4, 5, and 6 here. Lane 4 will be Caroline Smith, the junior from Transylvania. Lane 5, Morgan Green, senior from Transylvania. And lane 6, Riley Hayden, the freshman from Transylvania. 8 links to the pool butterfly. And Tony, you hit on this at the top of the broadcast about this event being placed on the final day of competition here at this event.
Well, I think, interestingly enough, there are some national championships that rotate events, and if you're a good 200 butterflyer at the end of a 3.5-day competition, you have to have a great race strategy to conserve energy on the front half of this race. Transylvania is going to score points. Every one of these young ladies in this consolation final are going to score points, so let's keep it long and strong. The keys here are soft landing zones out front. Your leader here right now, nice long stroke out front. See the hips pop up behind her. So she's taking full strokes. The goal here is to try to mimic the same amount of strokes each 25. Training sets might be, let's do 10 25s, butterfly with the same amount of strokes each 25. They're not really working on anything but stroke efficiency. So when you approach this, you don't approach this as, oh, I got to swim a mile butterfly. You just try to mimic the same stroke tempo each 25. Break it down, accomplish each goal. Nice long kickouts here for our leader in lane number 5.
Morgan Green.
Morgan? And she's a senior, so you can see her taking advantage of some of her racing skills. And this soft catch on the way out and controlled hips, staying on top of the water is going to help her finish this race.
Morgan Green in control right now here, but oftentimes we see the lead change on the back half of the 200-yard butterfly, but she's got control right now here in lane 5 from Transylvania.
All right. Now you wonder why, and this is a Michael Phelps thing from way back when you're taking longer kicks off the walls, like Michael Phelps did, and then people ask, well, why does he breathe every stroke? Because he's using his underwater breakouts and kickouts to be able to add speed to his race. As long as you can keep that body up on top of the water, you've got good efficiency. She's holding true to form here. Look at this. Increasing her tempo on the last 25, a true senior swim here. See if she goes the time fast enough that would have broke into the top 8. Not quite.
Finished in the prelims with a 2:47, so she's going to go underneath that time here in the finals with a time of 2:41.13.
As a senior, if that's your last swim and you drop 6 seconds and you swim a great race, something to be proud of.
Absolutely. Second place in the consolation final was Riley Hayden, 2:50.73, and And we've got Caroline Smith, also from Transylvania. As Tony said, all three from Transylvania, swimming a 2:56.38.
They all got best times, too.
Now it's the championship final, the women's 200-yard butterfly. The 7 finalists about ready to parade out to the starting block area here in front of the teams on the far side of the pool. Here they come. Samantha Phillips from Franklin, the top qualifier from prelims this morning, 2:19.92. She holds the meet record as well. She set it last year. She's a defending champion. The meet record is 2:06.99. HCAC Open record set in 2016 by Julia Johnson, 2:06.93.
Not that far. If she swims her best time, she's not that far off the B cut.
All right, lane assignments here in the championship final. Women's 200-yard butterfly. In lane 2, it'll be Allison Kirk, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Morgan Ferguson, the freshman from Anderson University. Lane 4 is Kat Lundy, the freshman from Franklin College. Lane 5, the top seed, Samantha Phillips, senior from Franklin College. Lane 6 is her teammate, Kennedy Minter, also a senior. Lane 7, Gabby Guffey, a freshman from Rose-Hulman. And in lane 8, we have Kate Kessler, freshman from Transylvania.
All right, where's an athlete going to have to be on the front half of this 200 butterfly? And again, great stroke efficiency on the way out. Build the first 75. Keep your racing skills in check on the front half of this race.
All right, here we go. Championship final, women's 200-yard butterfly, 8 lengths of the pool.
When you know you've got good competition around you, you've got to stay in your own racing plan. Samantha, nice soft catch out front. Doesn't create a high splash. Her hands are not jamming into the water. You can actually see her hands as she slides them out front to get her catch.
Samantha Phillips, lane 5, the early leader from Owensboro, Kentucky, swims for Franklin College.
It's always interesting, you're watching at home and you keep going, where is she, where is she? She's got great underwater skills, so she's kicking farther and farther down the pool, or at least maintaining those distances.
A little more than a body length lead at the halfway mark. Looks like in second place in lane 4 is her teammate, Kat Lundy.
Third 50's the key. You see that rocking motion, keeps her body on top of the water. Keeps those hips rising so she can get power out of the kick. It's not important that she has a hard downbeat of the kick on the 200 fly. All it does is keep that stroke in check and the body on top. See if she splits a 32.69 on that split. She's got a shot at the record.
Samantha Phillips out in front in lane 5 here in the championship final. Women's 200-yard butterfly from Franklin, ahead of Kat Lundy in lane 4 and Kennedy Minter in lane 6, also from Franklin.
All right, here's where they get tough. Here's where the training comes into play. You got to want this one. This is where the best swimmers, if they want a record, she's breathing every other stroke. She's not changing a thing at the end. Increasing the tempo. Head down from the flags on in.
She's got it. New meet record for Samantha Phillips, 2:05.94. Breaking her meet record that she set last year at this meet. Second meet record to be set today. Second place in lane 4 went to Kat Lundy, 2:13.68 her time. Getting third in lane 6 was Kennedy Minter in a time of 2:16.03, so it's a clean sweep, Franklin clean sweep in the women's 200-yard butterfly, but a new meet record for Samantha Phillips.
2:05.94.
We're going to have an awards break here. Awards presentations for the women's 200-yard breaststroke and the men's 200-yard breaststroke. And then coming up here after the men.
I want you to notice what's happening when we get a shot, a camera shot, what the end of the bulkhead, what the bulkhead looks like during this particular race.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Teammates are really, really out there for their. There's going to be a lot of yelling going on throughout this race.
Men 37, men's 200-yard butterfly consolation final. In lane 4 will be Eli Botts, freshman from Franklin. Lane 6, Heath Thomas, the junior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6 is Braden Shearer, the freshman from Transylvania. And in lane 7, Will Darnell, senior from Transylvania.
You know, lane number 6.
That's Shearer with a good start here. He's the freshman from Transylvania.
And you watch what he's doing is side breathing. Side breathing is not a bad thing. He wants to keep his body lower in the water and moving forward. So coaches will experiment with their athletes if they're coming too high and lifting too high out of the water because of their breathing patterns. They'll breathe out, have them try out of the side to keep their stroke and everything moving forward and not up and down.
Shearer out in front. It looks like in second place here in lane 4 is Eli Botts from Franklin.
He seems to be having a nice build into his race. And again, get the hips up. It's not so important that you have a hard downbeat of a kick. It's not the 100 fly. You're not going to get much power out of it. You're more important that you keep your hips on top of the water, and the kick at the end is just setting up the front part of your stroke. It's not really giving you any power, except it's keeping you in balance.
Braden Shearer out in front. Making a move now, though, is Botts in lane 4.
Right now, they're both battling. Well, Shearer is breathing out of his left side there, so he's not going to see his competition on this 25. We'll see it on the last.
Shearer and Botts to decide the consolation final here in the men's 200-yard butterfly coming up on the final turn.
Pretty good racing going on here. Yes, your teammates can hear you. Look at him race.
Half a lap to go. Shearer still hanging on in lane 6 with the win. He's actually pulling ahead now underneath the flags. Going to win the consolation final in a time of 2:03.14 for Braden Shearer.
Nice win there, best time.
Second place was Eli Botts in a time of 2:05.15. Getting third in the consolation final, Heath Thomas in a time of 2:09.91.
You know, coaches really are proud of your athletes when they're taking advantage of their second swims at the end of the meet, last event, and they're still getting best times. That's what coaches love. You doing it on the last day in the last session, you're still getting best times. It makes them see how the plan has come together and what they've helped accomplish. So they're very proud of those.
Great swims across the board there in the consolation final. The championship final up next here in the men's 200-yard butterfly. Come your 7 finalists parading out onto the pool deck. Your top qualifier from prelims is Cosmo Wojak, the senior from Franklin, son of 152.64 in prelims this morning. He's also the meet record holder, and he set that last year in a time of 148.56. Orion Martin holds the HCAC Open record set in 2015 in a time of 147.73.
Now, Cosmo has already set a meet record in the 400 IM, I believe. Now, the interesting thing about Cosmo, he was a national finalist last year at NCAA championships. He knows how to race at a high level. He swam at 147 at NCAA's, but he repeated 147, I think, 3 times or more. So when you repeat times that often, there's usually a big time drop somewhere in there. So meet record on the line.
Defending champion in the event here is Cosmo Wojak. Let's take a look at the lane assignments here in the championship final. In lane 2, Michael DeBartolo, sophomore from Manchester. Lane 3 will be Blaze Swartwood, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4 will be Ryan Bowering, a senior from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Cosmo Wojak, a senior from Franklin. Lane 6, Luke Becker, senior from Franklin. Lane 7, Garrett Walls, freshman from Rose-Hulman. And Lane 8, Michael Collins, sophomore from Anderson University.
All right. The A cut, 144.48. B cut, 150.26. 148.71 got pulled into the meet last year. You break the record, you got a good shot of being pulled into the meet. A lot of seniors in this race as well. It's kind of interesting hearing the horn and watching what happened on the TV screen. A bit of a delay.
Here we go, 8 lengths to the pool.
You know, when you're a national level swimmer, you got to know you're racing against national level competition, whether they're next to you or somebody that you are trying to race in your own goals. Got to picture them next to you.
Wojak out in front here in lane 5, early stages of the 200-yard butterfly championship final. He's from Mililani, Hawaii.
Hope families watching online here. Again, another great long racing skills. Got to keep that breathing in check. Notice he breathes every stroke, but works the long pullouts. These low 50s, 53 maybe on the way out.
Big lead for Wojak, makes his turn at the far end of the pool here.
Well, that's less than 1.0 seconds on that wall. He's like a 0.6 in the middle of his race. Coming in a little long on the turns. That means he's taking one more kick, needs one more kick or one less kick, and one more stroke. 27.91.
It's like second place in lane 3 is Swartwood from Rose-Hulman here.
All right, here where it comes. This is the national level mindset here. You got to push through the part of the race. Everybody behind, look at down at the bottom of our screen. We got a race going on here. Lane number 3.
Yeah, that's Swartwood.
All right, here it is.
And Wojak winning time is 1:49.06 for Cosmo Wojak, just off his meet record he set last year, but he's going to take the championship here in the men's 200-yard butterfly.
Swartwood, 153.44.
Yep, to get second. Big drop from prelims this morning. And getting third in lane 6 was Luke Becker in a time of 1:56.65.
Finalists from the men's and women's 200-yard breaststroke and the men's and women's 200 butterfly. Please make your way.
Next up will be the awards presentations here. We're going to have, looks like 4 awards presentations here during this awards break. Women's 200-yard breaststroke, men's 200-yard breaststroke, and then also the women and men in the 200-yard butterfly.
Then into diving, and then 400 free relays,
Yep,
right?
that will wrap things up. We've got diving in the relays, yep.
We'll take a quick check on our team scores leading into the diving and into the 400 free relays.
On the men's side, Rose-Hulman on top right now, 829.5 points. Second place, Franklin College, 635.5 points. And in third, Transylvania, 428 points. Anderson in fourth, 298. And in fifth place, Manchester, 260. Women's scores updated. Currently, Franklin College on top, 831. Transylvania University second, 607. Third place, Rose-Hulman, 454. Anderson in fourth, 252. And Manchester, 188 points in fifth on the women's side. So we're going to take the awards break here. And as Tony said, we'll move to event 38, women's 3-meter diving finals.
Pennsylvania is a home away from home. You really do form a community when you arrive here on campus, almost from the first day, honestly.
It's really cool that you can walk across campus on any day and run into faculty or your friends. And I think that really just binds us as a community.
I always thought I wanted to go to a big school, but as soon as I came, I realized the importance of having a personalized education.
I quickly realized how much of a relationship with the professor all the students had, and I could tell that they could just go to the professor for anything they needed, and I really liked that.
You're not a number in a crowd. You really have a personalized experience here, and also when you leave Transy, you're the best in your field.
At Transylvania, you get so many opportunities. You are going to be able to explore your passion in science. You're going to be able to be a part of a play, and you're going to do it in a really exciting community.
It has been one place where I've never stopped working. I've never stopped going between places and having things to do. Sometimes I find myself overcommitted, but I think that's a tribute to how many opportunities there are at Transy.
Being in Lexington specifically is amazing, and having so many opportunities to reach out from Transy's bubble into the Lexington community is something that I wouldn't have gotten at another institution.
My job is so rewarding. I have students that come into my office and I really feel like I can make a difference.
They become creative, they become intellectually nimble, good at dealing with lots of situations.
If I had to describe my Transy experience in one word, it would definitely be personal.
Stimulating.
Well-rounded.
Worth it.
Location, location, location.
Transformational.
Life-changing.
Now let's hear it for the championship finalists for the women's 3-meter diving.
And welcome back here to the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute for HCAC TV's coverage of the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. We're getting ready for the women's 3-meter diving final. 7 finalists about ready to parade out to the diving board area here. They're going to do 6 dives here in the for the final. How it will work, there'll be 7 judges. And when you see the scores for each athlete and their dive, you'll note that there will be 7 scores. They will keep the middle 3 scores. The 2 highest scores and the 2 lowest scores will be dropped for each dive. And our top qualifier from prelims is Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania, had a prelim score of 50.45. Top qualifier. Diving order, by the way, our 7 finalists. Emma Gentry will lead things off, a junior from Franklin College. She'll be followed by Ashley Summers, a senior from Franklin College. Audrey Hankins, a junior from Rose Holman, will be 4th up on the board. 5th to dive will be Gabriella Cunningham, a sophomore from Franklin. Or excuse me, reset the order for you. It's actually going to be Cameron Elder, the junior from Franklin College, will be 1st up on the board, followed by Emma Gentry, also from Franklin College. Gabriella Cunningham will be 3rd, followed by Ashley Summers, 4th from Franklin College. Diving 5th, Mackie Redford, senior from Transylvania. Diving 6th will be Callie Schuler, sophomore from Franklin College. And diving 7th will be Audrey Hankins, a junior from Rose Holman. That's your diving order. 3-meter diving coming up here shortly. I want to remind everybody, for all the results on this meet, you can visit the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference website, as well as Meet Mobile, for all the results from this meet. 4-day meet here, the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. And here come your 7 finalists for the women's 3-meter diving. So 6 dives coming up. Here come the young ladies right in front of our broadcast location here. And Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania, won the 1-meter diving competition earlier in this meet. So is trying to pull the double. We'll see if she can pull it off. 6 other individuals would like to deny her that opportunity. We'll see how it fares here in just a moment. And our first diver should be Cameron Elder, the junior from Franklin College. And dive 403C, degree difficulty 1.9. First dive is complete. And total score of 36.10 for that first dive for Cameron. Next up on the board, the 3-meter board, will be Emma Gentry, junior from Franklin College, doing dive 403B, degree of difficulty 2.1. And her first of 6 dives here in the finals. Total score of 35.70 for her. Next up, Gabriella Cunningham, the sophomore from Franklin College, with her first dive here of the finals. Doing dive 403C, degree of difficulty 1.9. 7 judges again. They keep the middle 3 scores, throw out the top 2 and the bottom 2. And her first score of the finals for Gabriella. Going to score a 31.35. Next up, Ashley Summers, the senior from Franklin College. Doing dive 403C, pretty popular dive here in the opening round, degree of difficulty 1.9. It's a little off to the side there on the board on that one. We'll see what her score is. Scores a 30.40 for her first dive. Next up will be Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania. Doing 105B, degree of difficulty 2.4. And Mackie's first dive is going to score 42 flat for her. Next up will be Callie Schuler, sophomore from Franklin College. Kaylee Schuler, rather. Doing dive 403B, degree of difficulty 2.1 for Kaylee. Looks like there's a pretty good dive there. Really great entry. Minimal splash for Kaylee. Scores a 46.20 for Kaylee. Next diver will be Audrey Hankins, the junior from Rose-Hulman. Final diver of this opening round. Doing dive 103B, degree of difficulty 1.6. And Audrey scores a 30.40 with her opening dive. Back to the top of the order again. Second dive for Cameron Elder, the junior from Franklin College. Doing dive 203C, degree of difficulty 1.9. We're into the second round of 6 dives here in the final round. Women's 3-meter diving. We got a little far out away from the board there, did Cameron on that dive. See what the judges scored. Scores a 30.40, mostly 5s and a 6 there. Next up will be Emma Gentry, the junior from Franklin College, her second dive of the finals. Doing dive 201B, degree of difficulty 1.8. Nice pipe there for Emma on that dive. And the judges Scored pretty good, 36.90 for Emma. Next up will be Gabriella Cunningham, from Franklin College. Her second round dive. Dive 404C, degree of difficulty 2.4. And Gabriella's score with her second dive, 34.80. Next up on the board, Ashley Summers, a senior from Franklin College. This is the second round dive here for these young ladies. Second of 6 dives here in the finals. 202A, degree of difficulty 1.8. And Ashley scores a 32.40. Next up is Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania, doing dive 203A, degree of difficulty 2.4. Score is a 46.80. Here's Kylie Schuler, sophomore from Franklin up. And for Kaylee Schuler, see what she scores on 404C, degree of probably 2.4. Kaylee scores a 44.40 on that dive. Next up, Audrey Hankins, the junior from Rose Holman. Doing dive 5132D, degree of difficulty 2.1. Scores a 32.90 for her second dive. And that brings us back now to Cameron Elder with her third round dive now, the junior from Franklin College. Doing dive 103B, degree of difficulty 1.6. Cameron scores a 24 on that dive. Next up with her third round dive is Emma Gentry, the junior from Franklin College. Going to be doing dive 103B, degree of difficulty 1.6. And Emma scores a 27.20 for that dive. Gabriella Cunningham now with her third round dive, the sophomore from Franklin College, doing dive 202C, degree of difficulty 1.6. Gabriella's score for her third round dive.
Still waiting on the score for Gabriella in her third round dive here. Score is a 26.40. Next up on the board, Ashley Summers, senior from Franklin College. And we're in the third round of dives here of 6 in the finals. Maybe over rotates just a hair on the entry, does Summers. .24 even for that dive for Ashley. Next up will be Mackie Redford, senior from Transylvania, doing dive 403C, degree of difficulty 1.9. Came into the round as the leader. Redford scores a 37.05 with her third round dive. Kaylee Schuler up on the board now, sophomore from Franklin College. Doing dive 203C, 1.9 degree of difficulty. We'll see what the judges give her. Bailey scores a 24.70 with that dive. Next up, Audrey Hankins. This is the final dive of the third round. Junior from Rose-Hulman doing dive 302C, degree of difficulty 1.7. And she's going to back off of it. Here she goes. Audrey scores a 19.55 for that dive. So we're back to the top of the diving order again. Fourth round dives coming up here. Cameron Elder, junior from Franklin College, doing dive 105C, degree of difficulty 2.2. Enters this fourth round, does Cameron. It looks like in third place in the competition. She's got 3 dives left. And the total award for Cameron is 37.40 for that dive. Next up with her fourth round dive, Emma Gentry, the junior from Franklin College, going to be doing dive 301B with a degree of difficulty of 1.9. Awaiting Emma's score here.
Emma's score 37.05 for the fourth round dive. Here's Gabriella Cunningham, the sophomore from Franklin College, now with her fourth round dive.
Can I have your attention, please? Swimmers in the competition pool or on the sidelines, can you please keep it a little quieter for the divers? They're having trouble concentrating. Let's keep the noise down for the divers, please.
The public address announcer asking for a little bit of quiet from the spectators here to allow these divers to concentrate. Gabriella Cunningham now up on the 3-meter board, ready for her fourth round dive. Again, a sophomore from Franklin College. Gabriella doing dive 103B, degree of difficulty 1.6. And Gabriella's score is 26.40 for her fourth round dive. Next up, we have Ashley Summers, a senior from Franklin College. She's going to be doing dive 302C, degree of difficulty 1.7 with her fourth round dive here. Ashley scores a 31.45 with her fourth round dive. Next up is Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania. He is the leader in the 3-meter competition coming into the fourth round here. And she was the 1-meter diving champion earlier in this meet. Doing dive 52.33D, degree of difficulty 2.4. So that on the camera shot, the good look at the twist on that dive by Mackie. See what Mackie scores on that dive. Good scores, 50.40. Pretty much all 7s and 7.5s there. Next up will be Kaylee Schuler, sophomore from Franklin College, with her fourth round dive. Enters the fourth round in third place. And scores a 36.30 with that dive. Next up with the final dive of the fourth round is Audrey Hankins, junior from Rose-Hulman. Doing dive 403C, degree of difficulty 1.9. and she scores a 33.25 with her 4th round dive. We move to the 5th round now, leading off the 5th round, as she's done every round so far, and will the final round as well. Cameron Elder, junior from Franklin College, doing dive 303C, degree of difficulty 2.0. Enters this round of competition in 3rd place in the standings. It's off to the board, just slightly off to the side there. Let's see how the judges score it. They score it as a 30-point dive for Cameron. Next up on the board is Emma Gentry, the junior from Franklin College, with her 5th round dive. Doing dive 52.11A, degree of difficulty 2.0. And Emma scores a 28 on that dive. Here's Gabriella Cunningham with her 5th round dive, sophomore from Franklin College. Doing dive 302C, degree of difficulty 1.7. And Gabriella scores a 30.6 on that dive. Up on the board now we have Ashley Summers with her 5th round dive, the senior from Franklin College. Doing dive 53.21D, degree of difficulty 1.9. She also gets a little off to the side on that dive. She scores a 24.70, does Ashley, for her 5th round dive. Next up is going to be the leader, Mackie Redford, senior from Transylvania, trying to pull off the double here this weekend, win the championship in both the women's 1 meter and 3 meter competition. She's doing dive 302C, degree of difficulty 1.7. That's a feet first entry dive there for Mackie, her 5th round dive. See what it scores. Scores a 28.90, does Mackie on that dive. Next up is Kaylee Schuler, sophomore from Franklin College, her 5th round dive, doing dive 301B, degree of difficulty 1.9. She scores a 36.10. Next up is Audrey Hankins with her 5th round dive, the junior from Rose-Hulman, doing dive 202C, degree of difficulty 1.6. Audrey scores a 27.20, and that's going to bring us now to our final round of dives here in this 3-meter competition. Up with her final dive is Cameron Elder, the junior from Franklin College, comes in third place into this final round. Doing dive 5231D, degree of difficulty 2.0. And we'll see what the final dive scores for Cameron. Scores 35 points for her final dive. Next up with her final dive is Emma Gentry, the junior from Franklin College. Doing dive 5321D, degree of difficulty 1.9. And Emma scores a 14.25 with her final dive. Here's Gabrielle Cunningham with her final dive of the competition, the sophomore from Franklin College. Doing dive 5231D, degree of difficulty 2.0. I believe it's the same dive that we just saw Emma do. That appeared to be a pretty good entry there by Gabriella. Let's see if the judges score it. How they score it. They scored as a 33-point dive. Next up is going to be Ashley Summers, her final dive of the competition, the senior from Franklin College. Doing dive 203A, degree of difficulty 2.4. Ashley, we'll see what the judges are award her on that dive. It's going to score 24 points for her on her final dive. Next up on the board is your leader, Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania. Final round dive, dive 5132D, degree of difficulty 2.1. And her final dive appeared to be a pretty good dive there from Mackie. Let's see what the score is. Scores a 38.85 for Mackie. Great dive there. Next up, her final round dive is going to be Kaylee Schuer, the sophomore from Franklin College. Came into the final round in third place. Doing dive 5231D, degree of difficulty 2.0. Kaylee scores 31 points with her final round dive. And that brings us to Audrey Hankins with her sixth and final round dive, the junior from Rose-Hulman. Doing dive 5222D, degree of difficulty 2.0. Audrey's score is a 28-point dive to wrap up the 3-meter diving competition. And with that, we can tell you that Mackie Redford, the senior from Transylvania, is going to, looks like she's going to be the champion in the 3-meter competition with a score of 4:28.05. We'll see her on the top of the podium here at the awards presentation in a little bit. Looks like Kaylee Schuler will get second from Franklin. 3:78.70 the score, and also from Franklin finishing third, Cameron Elder, in the score of 3:53.45 by the unofficial top three on the scoreboard across the way here. There's one event left to go here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. It's going to be events, or excuse me, two events actually, but events 39 and 40. The 400-yard freestyle relay coming up here in a moment. We're going to actually have two heats for both the women and the men. It'll be a time final. Coming up here. See if we can get you up to date on team scores heading into this final relay. On the men's side, Rose Holman out in front, 829.5 points. Second place, Franklin College, 635.5 points. Third place, Transylvania, 428. Fourth place, Anderson, 298, and Manchester in fifth, 260. The women's team scores heading into this final event. Franklin College on top, 831. Transylvania in second, 607 points. Third, Rose Holman, 454. Anderson, 262, and Manchester, 188.
Competition pool is closed. The competition pool is closed. Athletes, when we do the awards for the 3-meter diving and the relays, we will do them at the podium. When we do the team awards and everything like that, we're going to move to the bulkhead and do them on the bulkhead.
So we've got the 400 freestyle relays, event 39 for the women coming up first. Two heats of time finals. Some of these schools are going to have more than one relay team. They'll have an A, B, and in one case it looks like Rose Holman and the women's is going to actually have three teams. They'll have a C team. Meet record. Women's 400-yard freestyle relay set in 2019 by Franklin, 3:31.12. HCAC open record also held by Franklin 2020, the time 3:28.70. Joined again by Tony Young as we get the final event underway, the 400-yard freestyle relay. And 400 freestyle relay is a traditional closure for lots and lots of meets.
And I don't know how they do it after the end of four days of competition, but they never seem to run out of energy. They know it's the last event of the meet, and everybody brings it. So it's always one of the most exciting events. Whether it's the Heat 1 or Heat 2, I think the athletes know that they're scoring points. And that's really why, there's a value to it. You're not just jumping in the water and trying to get a time. There's a value in it, so everybody knows that they are racing against someone else in the conference.
So we're going to have two heats here. In Heat 1, Lane 3 will be Manchester University B team led off by Talon Benish. In Lane 4 will be Rose Holman B led off by Ria Baramarati. Lane 5 will be Franklin B led off by Aaron Perkins. Lane 6, Transylvania's B team led off by Amelia Lynn. Lane 7 will be Anderson B led off by Lauren Shane. And in Lane 8, Rose Holman C led off by Hayden Maddox. So each swimmer will swim 4 lengths of the pool here. The 400-yard freestyle relay. Two heats.
You know, we kind of mentioned it earlier. Sometimes we create a sterile environment at these meets and we don't allow the kids to get in positions to cheer and so on. In this particular meet, they're allowing the athletes to get out on the bulkhead and cheer for their teammates. So we're going to see a little bit of a high energy here on the last two events.
No, there was not a prelim swim for the 400 freestyle relays this morning, so this is a time final, meaning that theoretically the winner can come out of either heat, but the second heat will have the fastest seeded teams.
And they've had quite a long break. I mean, diving took a while, so they've had a lot of recovery time. They were in the pool, loosening up during diving, so theoretically they should be ready to race. You look at the team scores on the women and the men's side. There's not a lot of teams that are in a tight race where the relay is going to make a difference. And when you look at the women's side, Anderson at 252 and Manchester at 188 or Hanover at 124. You know, loss of a relay can make a difference and teams can move up. So you got to bring your best. On the men's side, a good 200 points separate most of the team's scores, except for Anderson and Manchester at 260 and 298. So again, you lose a relay in the 400 free, you know, somebody can leapfrog over you in the team standings. So relay exchanges are very, very important at the end of the meet. And sometimes, you know, athletes are tired, but they've been swimming with good chemistry with these teams throughout the year, so it's not their first time swimming with the the four girls together.
Looks like we've got an awards presentation underway here. It's looked like.
Which one is it?
We're doing the 3-meter diving awards presentation, which we just saw moments ago. So those individuals receiving their awards. Mackie Redford is your champion in the women's 3-meter diving competition for 2024.
This is the consolation final of the women's tournament.
All right, so the women's 400-yard freestyle, heat 1. Here we go. Manchester University in 3, Rose-Hulman in 4, Franklin in 5, Transylvania in 6, Anderson in 7, Rose-Hulman in 8. All B relays except for Rose-Hulman in 8. It's a C relay. We're underway, 4 lengths of the pool.
So again, we talked a little bit about what makes this facility fast. When they come down and they do their relay exchanges with the second and third teammates, watch the blocks. They have some very, very fast racing blocks. You'll see the fin on the back. Gives the athletes the ability to push off with that back leg, get a little bit more power off the block itself. So these are some, you know, besides the pool, the equipment on the deck is also making the pool fast.
Franklin B out in front here in lane 5. Their leadoff swimmer, Aaron Perkins.
Aaron's had a nice final. Scored a lot of points tonight for her team. Relay exchanges, wind-up starts.
Let's take a look at the number 2 swimmers for Manchester. It's going to be Megan Young. For Rose-Hulman, Allie Clark. For Franklin, it'll be Landy Newcomb. For Transylvania, Olivia Grenke. For Anderson, Reagan Kimmel. For Rose-Hulman, it'll be Gabby Guffey. That's Rose-Hulman's C team.
Right now, Franklin B in the lead, followed closely by Transylvania B, correct?
That is correct.
Transylvania's had a nice final. Looks like they're making a move. If you're in second, the relay exchanges play a big difference in the momentum you get off the start. You're not starting from a dead position on the blocks. You're actually moving.
Number 3 swimmers for these teams. For Manchester, it's going to be Alexis Ferguson. For Rose-Hulman B, Kayla Martinez. For Franklin, Reagan Hendricks. For Transylvania, Jasmine Webb. For Anderson, Lily Owens. And for Rose-Hulman C, it'll be Annie Dorder. With Franklin speed team out in front here on this first heat, women's 400-yard freestyle relay.
I think athletes stay focused when they know they're swimming for their teammates and for their team. Repeating the same skills you would in the 100 freestyle race is crucial. Not getting sloppy. You know you're tired, but you know how important it is to stay focused into your racing skills. Not breathing from the flags on in. You see how she really picked up her tempo, driving those last 5 yards to be able to allow her teammate to get off the blocks quicker.
Anchor leg swimmers for Manchester, Rachel Fedor. For Rose-Hulman B, Brianna Brunk. For Franklin, Kennedy Minter. For Transylvania, Allie Hinchman. For Anderson, Abby Corbally. And for Rose-Hulman C team, Allison Kirk. Franklin B has led the first heat here wire to wire. They've got 50 yards to go with their anchor leg swimmer Kennedy Minter.
Kennedy's having a nice swim. You're just watching her skills in and out of the walls. The relay exchange was spot on. No breathing into the turn. Does not breathe off her turn either, so she's being very disciplined on this leg of the relay. And no breathing from the flags on in.
Opening heat goes to Franklin's B team in a time of 3:43.27. And second place, Transylvania B in lane 6, 3:54.52. And coming home in third here, in lane 8 will be Rose-Hulman C team in a time of 4:10.15. So the fastest seated heat coming up now here, women's 400-yard freestyle relay. These are all the A relays here in this second heat. Meet record set in 2019 by Franklin, 3:31.12. HCAC Open record set in 2020 of Franklin, 3:28.70 is that time. And here are your 8 teams parading out to the starting block here for Heat 2. Fastest seeded time, or team rather, will be Franklin's A team with a seed time of 3:30.58, which is below the meet record.
Well, to get that record, they're going to have to get some good early momentum in the race and swim out there in open water. Coaches have different philosophies of this. You know, sometimes they'll put their best swimmer on the out front, get open water, put the slowest swimmer at the end, give them the motivation to really, really pick up their best time on the anchor leg of the relay. But an anchor leg of a relay, if it's a senior, there is no goal time. They just do what they need to do. If they need to win the event, it doesn't matter. You can't put a time limit on it. You can't put any kind of expectation on it. They just do it. They win the event. So let's see how this goes.
In lane 2, it'll be Bluffton A, led off by Cindy Grisser. Lane 3 will be Anderson A, led off by Heather Carm. Lane 4, Rose Holman A, led off by Kate Stauffer. Lane 5, Franklin A, led off by Callie McCafferty. Lane 6, Transylvania A, with Hannah Tapp on leadoff. Lane 7 will be Manchester A, led off by Eamon Lynch. And Lane 8, Hanover College A, led off by Lucy Schoenlein.
So it looks like by the order we see on our heat sheet, it looks like Franklin is putting their seniors out front. See if they can get them some open water, putting the freshmen on the back end.
Each athlete going to swim 100 yards freestyle here, 4 lengths of the pool.
You know, some of the times the relays are coming in on, I think you're going to see much faster times out of these relays than what they're seeded with. So I wouldn't even look at the seed times for the most part.
Here we go. Final swim of this meet for the women is underway.
When you watch this looks like the energy level is much even higher than the individual event right now. They're going out after it.
Franklin A in 5, the early lead here. McCafferty on leadoff for them.
24.97 for McCafferty leading off. He's had a wonderful meet, won 2 events. Broke the 200 IM record.
Franklin in front as it exchanges now for the second leg. Let's take a look at the number 2 swimmers. For Bluffton, it'll be Grace Beck. For Anderson, it'll be Claire DeJong. For Rose Holman, Lauren Meyer. For Franklin, Samantha Phillips. For Transylvania, Logan Thomas. For Manchester, Alex Oden. And for Hanover College, Amelia Austin.
Take a look at the athletes, not only in and out of their turns this time, but watch how they approach their finishes. Your leadoff swimmer for Franklin almost straight-armed the last 3 strokes in, just really trying to drive extra power into the wall to set up her teammate on the block.
Franklin in 5 has the lead right now here. Heat 2 over Transylvania in lane 6.
Watch the athletes from the flags on in. Again, you got open water. The other swimmers are swimming into the wash. When you dive in, it creates those waves for the swimmers behind them.
Number 3 swimmers for Bluffton, it's Sarah Kroger. For Anderson, it'll be Morgan Ferguson. For Rose Holman, Ellie Nolte. For Franklin, Petal Sloan. For Transylvania, Mary Grace Thompson. For Manchester, Ashlyn Malley. And for Hanover College, Ada Shuttleworth.
When it spreads out like this, there is always a race. You just got to find it.
Right now, dominating performance by Franklin in 5. Meet record again is 3:31.12. Coming up on the anchor legs, let's take a look at those athletes. For Bluffton, it's Haven Montague. For Anderson, Maddie Hopp. For Rose Holman, Catherine Bath. For Franklin, Celeste Hollis. For Transylvania, Delaney McPherson. For Manchester, Steph Roman. And for Hanover College, Elena Simmons.
Franklin definitely has a shot at the record.
The freshman Celeste Hollis is on anchor leg.
Watch the last turn. Got to keep the momentum going off that last wall. 10 seconds to get in. They're ahead of it.
They're going to do it. New meet record for Franklin in the women's 400-yard freestyle relay in a time of 3:28.19. What a way to wrap up the meet there for the Franklin women's 400-yard freestyle relay. In record time, 3:28.19 to win the event. Second place in the heat, Transylvania A, 3:37.43. And getting third out in lane 8 was Hanover College in a time of 3:37.46.
Well, Transylvania's had a great final, and it's moved them into second place in the conference on the women's team scores. So what a night for them.
One event left here. It's event 40, the men's 400-yard freestyle relay, 2 heats. Meet record was set in 2022 by Rose Holman, 3:02.74. Franklin holds the HCAC Open record in a time of 3:02.74.
That's a tough record to break. That was set back in 22, and again, we've talked about some of these records coming from 2022. That was a heck of a meet. It'd be interesting to see where that meet was swung. Well, if you look at the meet record set by Rose and the open record set by Franklin, they're exactly the same.
Yeah, so
interesting, right?
So theory, yeah, I guess we've got a tie for the
well, the names of the athletes are both the same. So whatever team these athletes were on, they broke the record. I'm not sure you see one says Franklin, one says Rose, and the same team and the same name.
Yeah, so it may be that,
not sure.
I think it might be Rose that maybe. Not sure. Here we go. Heat 1, Rose Holman D, led off by Logan Meyer. In lane 3, Manchester B, led off by Peyton Elsrod. Lane 4, Transylvania B, Adam Tishy on leadoff. Lane 5, Rose Holman B, led off by Kayla Munger. Lane 6, Franklin B, led off by John Carter Chappell. Lane 7, Anderson B, led off by Reed Haney. And lane 8, Rose Holman C, led off by Garrett Walls.
So the athletes, when they're on the block and you see them using the fin, they almost look like they're in a track start position, as you would in a track race like the 100, 200, whatever the case may be. But what's different here, it's such an athletic move. They don't have to go off a horn start or a gun start. They get to actually run off the blocks in a track start position. As long as their relay exchange partners got their hand on the wall, they can go.
Early lead here to Rose Holman B and 5. Number 2 swimmers, Rose Holman D, Emery Gane. For Manchester B, Jaden Chin Hong. For Transylvania B, Caden Siller. For Rose Holman B, Tomaso Calvillo. Franklin B will be Will Johnson. Anderson B, Ethan Scialaba. For Rose Holman C, Mateo Calabillo.
You can tell if you're watching the race, you can see the wash. You can see the turbulence in the water now as the athletes come back in the other direction. Athletes are diving in all the time. The way they're spread out right now, you're getting a lot of wash, so not too many people are swimming through calm water right now. And again, look at those strong finishes. I'm impressed.
Rose Holman Community League. Let's take a look at the number 3 swimmers for these teams. Rose Holman D, Carter Kurtz. Manchester B, Spencer Harrison. Transylvania B, Aiden Rock. Rose Holman B, Evan Sellers. Franklin B, Owen Baker. Anderson B, Gage Lane. Rose Holman C will be Anthony Hoyt.
So the question is, if there's a lot of rough water out there, how do you beat it? You get a nice clean entry off your start. Use those dolphin kicks to get halfway or 3/4 of the way down the pool and leave the rough water behind.
So Rose Holman B in lane 5 dominating this opening heat. Men's 400-yard freestyle relay. In second place here in lane 6 is Franklin B. Coming up on the anchor legs now. We'll take a look at those athletes for these teams. For Rose Holman D, it'll be Eric Sinclair. Manchester B, Connor Shannon. Transylvania B, Eli Shaw. Rose Holman B, Anthony McCreeve. Franklin B, Stone Conaway. Anderson B, Cameron Stanley. Rose Holman C will be Thomas Bjorn.
Same thing off the turns. How do you beat the waves following in behind you? Got to get deep. Got to stay streamlined. Ride it out underneath all that turbulence. Use your dolphin kicks. Underwater racing skills. Have a purpose. Multi-purpose.
Well, this is going to be a dominating swim here for Rose Holman B here in Heat 1 of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. They're going to win it in time of 3:10.77. Second place, Franklin B in lane 6, 3:14.59. And getting third in lane 8 was Rose Holman C team in a time of 3:22.88.
You know, we could tell that the way the energy is at the end of this meet, none of those seed times are going to matter.
Yeah, exactly.
They're blowing them away.
So our 7 teams will be coming out here in a moment for the second heat of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. Final swim here of the competition here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. We're coming to you on HCAC TV. We've still got team awards. We've got the relays, the relay awards here coming up for the women and the men in the 400 freestyle relay. Then we've got some other awards. It's like swimmer of the meet, diver of the meet, newcomer of the meet, coach of the year, and then the team awards.
Here we go. Just another quick shout out for our officials. And a big thank you for everybody at the administration table and everybody here at the Vigo Aquatic Center who put this meet on.
Absolutely. Jerry Lynn Bayless, Joel Loritzen, Bruce Treadway, Barbara Chambers, and Marianne Wallens, our officials. Also want to thank Jay Jones, the HCAC commissioner, and also Ross Elliott. He helped me, and Tony did all our results brought up to us after these events, so thank you to him as well. So here are your 7 participating teams in Heat 2 of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay, headed out to the starting blocks. Again, meet record set by Rose Holman in 2022, 3:02.74. And Rose Holman is the top seed here, and as Tony said, we'll probably throw the seed times out the window, but it is 3:08.84. And we'll use lanes 3 through 8 here in Heat 2 of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. Again, lane 1 at the bottom of your screen. The outside lane, lane 10 won't be used, but lane 8 will be at the top of your screen. In lane 3 will be Hanover Central A, led off by Chet Paulson. Lane 4, Anderson A, led off by Ben Hall. These are all A relays, by the way, here in Heat 2. Lane 5, Rose Holman A, led off by Benit Renate. Lane 5, Franklin A, led off by Jack Berkey. Lane 7, Transylvania A, led off by Cole Brannick. And lane 8, Manchester A, led off by Colton Schulte. And we've got some strong leadoff swimmers, Tony, on these A relays. Some individuals that have set records at this meet.
Going for the open water. I mean, if you look at the makeup of the relays, a lot of freshmen and sophomores, which, you know, is really good for the conference. You know, they're getting a lot of experience to come back next year. Senior leadership, you know, the juniors, they're turning it over now. Mm-hmm. You know, seniors after this meet, every junior in this meet then becomes the designated team leaders. So I think they're going to want to, the seniors and the juniors are combining for the leadership on this last event.
Our final swim of the meet coming up right now. Heat 2, the men's 400-yard freestyle relay.
I think we saw in the women's championship heat just the chemistry that their A relay had in breaking that record. And you can tell they've swum together, so let's see how the makeup is here. Rose out strong with the breakout.
That's Renate in lane 5 for Rose Holman. He's got about half a body length lead here already at the 50.
But he uses the same skills. We have instrument backstroke for freestyle. This looks like maybe a 4,500 freestyle lead off.
It'll be a big lead for Rose Holman here after the leadoff leg. And Benit Renate, let's take a look at the number 2 swimmers for Hanover. A will be Bose Hoffer. For Anderson A, Michael Collins. Rose Holman, Blaze Swartwood. Franklin, Cosmo Wojak. Transylvania will be Isaiah Perkins, and for Manchester, Logan Davis. Good battle for second at the top of your screen, lanes 6 and 7, Franklin and Transylvania, but they're well behind Rose Holman.
Rose Holman going out for the open water on this event. A little bit of circle swimming going on. You can see where he flipped in the lane. Not necessarily bad if he thinks the guys on the other lane are going to try to draft off of him, but he's so far ahead. There's no drafting going on.
Number 3 swimmers to the water. Let's take a look at those athletes for Hanover. It'll be Charlie Weidel, Anderson, Caleb Savage, Rose Holman, Aiden Carter. For Franklin, Caden Cummins. For Transylvania, Lucas McIntyre Quinn, and for Manchester, Parker York.
Franklin putting together a good back half here.
Yeah, they are. They've cut the distance down a little bit.
Got Cosmo in the no, Cosmo was second.
Yeah, Caden Cummings in the pool for Franklin. Trying to give themselves a shot in striking distance coming to the anchor leg. We'll see what he can do on the final lap for Franklin.
All you got to do is cut it in half. You got to see who the anchor legs are here.
Let's take a look at the anchor legs here for Hanover. It'll be Callum Buchanan. For Anderson, Noah Singleton. For Rose Holman, Sam West. For Franklin will be Zachary Jackson Blaine. For Transylvania, Jacob Young. And for Manchester, Hung Tran. Rose Holman still out in front in lane 5, followed by Franklin in lane 6.
Well, if anybody can catch him, it's Zachary here. He's laying it all out there on the first 50. Got to leave something. Oh, what an answer by Rose, though. Anchor leg Sam West, right?
Yeah, West is having a heck of a race too. I mean, he's hung in there and really is just maintained the lead now.
I will tell you, these are well-coached relays. Watch the finishes. Head down, power strokes into the wall.
And it's going to be Rose Holman winning the final swim of the meet in a winning time of 3:04.77 for their men's 400-yard freestyle relay to win the competition. And in second place, Franklin A team goes at 3:07.79 to get second. And Transylvania gets third, 3:13.05 in the competition. And those guys from Rose Holman excited there in lane 5.
Coach's message, if you have to crawl out of the pool, crawl out of the pool. These guys laid it all out there.
And with that, 4 days of competition is complete here in Terre Haute at the Vigo County Aquatic Center.
A lot of sportsmanship, a lot of congratulations to each other. Doesn't matter, their relay, yes, but also their competition. So this is cool. That's the way it should be.
Yep. Lots of congratulations, lots of hugs as a successful meet wrapped up here at the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. So we've got award presentations to come here, both in the women's and men's 400 freestyle relay, and as we said, swimmer of the meet, diver of the meet, newcomer of the meet, coach of the year, and team awards still to come here.
Always interesting at the end of the meet. You don't see as many kids warming down, do you?
No, we do not.
Dead water out there. No, there's no meets coming up. Got to watch a fun meet today.
I believe with three meet records I think we saw today.
I have no idea.
Renate in the 200-yard breaststroke for the men. and also Cosmo Wojak in the 200-yard butterfly for the men, and then Samantha Phillips in the 200-yard butterfly for the women.
So overall, that's 15 in the meet?
Yep, 15.
No, did we count the relay, though? The girls' relay got a record, right? Didn't they break the record, the girls in the 400 free relay?
I think they did.
I think they did
Yeah,
as
okay,
well.
so that would be 4 today, yes. Yeah, 3:28.19 for Franklin. Yes, that was a meet record, so the 4th of the day. Yes, thank you, Tony.
Please have the 400 relay finalists down to the podium. We have a lot of awards to give away.
So awards presentations coming up. I want to thank our production crew again. Did a great job today. Ben Wood, producing director. Nick Lewis and Mitchell Adams on camera. And more great HCAC championship broadcasts coming up next week on the HCAC TV, the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships from Rose-Hulman on Saturday. Broadcast begins at 11 a.m. And the HCAC Men's Basketball Championship from Anderson University broadcast at 6 p.m. next Saturday. And the HCAC Women's Basketball Championship from Transylvania will begin at 6 p.m. as well next Saturday.
I think we do have updated team scores, but we can wait until the team awards are presented.
See you.
Rose-Hulman won the men's competition last year with 922 points, and on the women's side it was Franklin with 817 points.
The team from Bluffton, Sydney Greiser, Grace Beck, Sarah Kroger, and Haven Montague.
And let's take a look now at the women's 400-yard freestyle awards. Those teams headed to the awards podium.
Finishing in 5th from Manchester, Eamon Lynch, Alex Oden, Ashlyn Malloy, and Steph Willman. Finishing 4th from Anderson, Heather Carm, Claire DeJong, Morgan Ferguson, and Maddie Hopp. Your 3rd place finisher from Rose-Hulman, the team of Kate Stoffler, Lauren Meyer, Ellie Monty, and Catherine Mapp. Finishing in 2nd, the team from Pennsylvania, Hannah Tapp, Logan Thomas, Mary Grace Thompson, and Delaney McPherson. And your 2024 champions are the women's 400.
There are your 2024 champions in the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. Franklin College. Callie McCafferty, Samantha Phillips, Petal Sloan, and Celeste Hollis. New meet record time, 3:28.19. Young ladies getting their championship medals from HCAC Commissioner Jay Jones.
Can be a dangerous process sometimes. Not much room up there.
They're your champions of the women's 400-yard freestyle relay for 2024 here at the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships, Franklin College. Now it's time for the men's 400 freestyle relay awards coming up here.
All right, this is the award ceremony for event number 3 of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. Finishing in 6th from Hanover, Jeff Paulson, Boaz Hopper, Charlie Wagner, and Connor Buchanan. Finishing 5th from Anderson, Ben Hall, Michael Collins, Taylor Savage, and Noah Singleton. Finishing 4th from Manchester, Burton Schulte, Logan Davis, Mark New York, and Tom Tran. Third place finisher, Transylvania.
So they're just tied on power points, these two. Yeah.
Your second place finisher from Franklin College, team of Jack Berkey, Cosmo Wojak, Caden Cummins, and Zachary Jackson Blaine. And your champions, the 2024 champions of the men's 400-yard freestyle relay, with a time of 3 minutes 4.77 seconds. From Rose Home Institute of Technology, the team of Benit Renata, Blaze Smartwood, Aiden Carter, and Sam West.
And here are your champions in the men's 400-yard freestyle relay. Rose Holman, a winning time of 3:04.77. Headed to the awards podium here in just a moment.
As soon as they're finished on the podium, we're going to move to the bulkhead for the HCAC awards.
There they are. Team of Benit Renate, Blaze Swartwood, Aiden Carter, and Sam West. Congratulations to them.
I think you heard the announcer. We're now going to move to the bulkhead for our specialty awards.
And I think we're going to start with the newcomer in the meet. Women's side first.
If everyone could please remain seated, we'll get started with the HCAC awards presentation.
The only bad thing about doing it out there
It's going to take place on the bulkhead.
I'll need it. I'll need it.
This award ceremony will continue
there he is, right there.
Men's and women's swimmer of the year, diver of the year, newcomer of the year, coach of the year, and the presentation of the men's and women's championship trophies.
So HCAC Commissioner Jay Jones has some more hardware to hand out. They're going to do it, as Tony said, on the bulkhead behind the main competition pool here. At the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute. All right, so the newcomer of the meet, the men's newcomer of the meet from Rose-Hulman is Garrett Walls. Garrett, a freshman from LaGrange, Illinois, wins the men's newcomer of the meet. Congratulations to him.
And now we'd like to recognize the newcomers of the meet on the women's side. We had a tie from Franklin College, Celeste Hollis.
We had a tie on the women's side for the newcomer of the meet. It was tied on power points, I believe, both from Franklin, Celeste Hollis and Kat Lundy. So they both received the award. Kat from freshman from Winchester, Celeste Hollis, a freshman from Granger, Indiana.
Some good social media pics posted tonight, right?
Well, that's a nice trophy.
At this time, the HCAC will honor the diver of the meet on the men's side. From Anderson, Matthew Hayward.
The HCAC men's diver of the meet from Anderson University is Matthew Hayward. Here he comes to receive his trophy. Matthew took first place in both the 3-meter and the 1-meter diving competitions.
And the HCAC diver of the meet for the women from Transylvania, Mackie Redford.
And Mackie Redford is your HCAC women's diver of the meet from Transylvania. We saw her earlier in our coverage here this evening win the 3-meter competition, and she also won the 1-meter competition earlier in the meet.
At this time, we would like to recognize the swimmer of the meet on the men's side. Your 2024 HCAC men's swimmer of the meet from Transylvania, Cole Brannock.
So Cole Brannock from Transylvania has just been named the 2024 HCAC men's swimmer of the meet. Cole, just a sophomore from Georgetown, Kentucky.
And the swimmer of the meet on the women's side, your 2024 HCAC women's swimmer of the meet from Franklin College, Samantha Phillips.
And Samantha Phillips from Franklin College is your HCAC women's swimmer of the meet. Samantha is a senior from Owensboro, Kentucky. takes away that award here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. We've got the Coaches Awards coming up now.
Coaches at the meet. For the men, from Franklin College, Andy Hendricks.
Andy Hendricks from Franklin College is the men's coach of the meet.
Well, probably he's not going to get enough of his props for everything that he's done. He started the program 16 years ago. Serves as vice president at Franklin College. 143 individual conference champions before today. 69 relay conference titles, 19 All-American performers, 20 academic All-American performers. I mean, what a storied career.
On the women's side, from Franklin College, Andy Hendricks.
And he's just been awarded the women's coach of the meet as well, Andy Hendricks from Franklin, and this is going to be his final HCAC meet as head coach of Franklin College.
Well, he'll still be there, and he'll still have an influence in the program, but I think the culture and the tradition is there to build upon. Outstanding.
Got a good program down there.
And now for your 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Champions.
Now it's a time to announce the team champions.
If your name is called, please go out and accept your trophy from Commissioner Jones. On the men's side, team from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology.
And Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology has won the men's team championship for 2024. We'll give you the final team scores here in a minute. But they are the champions.
Kind of a unique award. They have a championship banner, so I think this is cool. I always love these because you can hang them up in the pool areas. Everybody gets to see it for years to come. Probably the seniors or the captains there. Pretty awesome.
Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, not too far away from here. They're also in Terre Haute. Congratulations to Rose-Hulman winning the men's championship here at the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. Now it's time for the women's team title. And Franklin College is the women's team champion for 2024 here at the HCAC meet. Like Rose-Hulman on the men, Franklin also repeating from a year ago, so both repeat champions from a year ago. There's the championship banner for the women at Franklin College on the title. We'll go over the top five, we'll go over the final scores for you here at the conference championship meet on the men's side. Start first with the women as they're up there right now receiving their championship banner and trophy. Franklin College, the champion, 945 points. Second place, Transylvania, 667 points. Third, Rose-Hulman, 505 points. Fourth, Anderson University, 286 points. Fifth, Manchester, 218 points. And sixth, Hanover College with 146. And seventh, Bluffton with 116 points. So Franklin College winning your women's team championship. Men's final scores. Rose-Hulman, the champion, 881.5 points, coached by Keith Crawford. They win the men's title for the second year in a row. Second place, Franklin College, 677.5 points. Third place, Transylvania, 466 points. Fourth place, Anderson, 330 points. Fifth place, Manchester University, 292 points. Finishing sixth in the men's team standings, Hanover College, 117 points. And in seventh, Bluffton with 1 point. So with that, that's going to bring an end to our coverage here on this Saturday of the 2024 HCAC Men's and Women's Swimming and Diving Championships here from Terre Haute at the Vigo County Aquatic Center. As Tony, we're seeing the the championship teams now take one final splash into the pool here.
Wonder if the coaches will follow.
Yeah, we'll see if they will follow as well. Tony, any final thoughts on a great day of swimming here?
I think there's just an amazing swimming conference, academic, athletic programs in the Indiana area where a lot of these athletes are coming from multiple states. There's always a place for young swimmers in Indiana swimming to participate from age group through college. And these are some great schools, some great coaches, and some great athletes.
Absolutely. It was a wonderful day of competition here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute. For our coverage here on HCAC TV of the 2024 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. For Tony Young, I'm Eric Eaton saying so long, everyone, and thanks for watching.